Good evening, everyone. It's 6 o'clock. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with the invocation led by, who's going to lead the invocation this evening? Led by Councilmember Fugit, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Smith. Please rise as you're able.
O Holy One, thank you for this glorious day and for all of those gathered here now. As we conduct the city's business this evening, be with us as we listen to each other. May each of us around this table really hear what our colleagues and those that speak to us are saying. Enable us to acquire and understand the information we need and its implications so that we make informed decisions. Even if we have different opinions, help us to truly listen as others share their points of view. Give us strength to make difficult decisions and continue to be with this council as we work together on our shared mission to serve the citizens of Knoxville. Amen.
Please face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, would you please call roll?
Councilwoman Fugit?
Here.
Councilwoman Kinsey?
Here.
Councilwoman Parker?
Here.
Councilwoman Ryder?
Here.
Vice Mayor Roberto?
Here.
Councilwoman Singh?
Here.
Councilman Smith?
Here.
Councilwoman Testerman?
Here.
Councilman Thomas?
Okay, all members are present. Next is approval of the minutes from your last meeting.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any items to be withdrawn? Council member, no lights on. Okay. Are there any items to be postponed? Are there any items requested to be added by motion? Is there a motion on the consent agenda? Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move the consent item to the regular agenda, the purpose of it being to allocate some 202 funds that I wasn't able to do prior to the final agenda.
Second.
Okay. Motion's made to move the 202 item from consent to the regular agenda has been made by Councilmember Thomas and seconded by someone else?
Smith.
Councilmember Smith? Okay. And that would just be where it appears on the agenda, item 12B. Any discussion or questions about this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And so we'll hear that item on in the flow of the regular agenda, item 12B. So if there's someone here who signed up to speak to that consent agenda item, we'll call on you at that appropriate time. All right. Next is my mayor's report. I just want to take a moment to thank Councilwoman Parker and everyone else who came out to celebrate our city employees today at the annual appreciation luncheon. This is where we recognize people for their milestone years of service with the city. We celebrated someone who has served with the city for 45 years, one for 40 years, and many others for 20, 25 years. Altogether, we recognized and celebrated more than 160 employees whose combined time with the city totals to more than 3,900 years. So very grateful for the continued service of the people who make our city run so well. I also want to make sure everyone knows that about our Public Service Department's annual equipment rodeo. It is tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the lot under the interstate on Blackstock Avenue. This rodeo is a great opportunity for our public service crews to showcase and perfect their skills on our heavy equipment. And the top performers go on to compete at the statewide equipment rodeo in Nashville. It's always a lot of fun. If you haven't had a chance to go before, it's a really fun event, and I invite you to join us. So again, tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. I also wanted to mention that this Thursday, as you all hopefully know and hopefully can attend, we will be hosting our first community open house about missing middle housing strategy. The meeting will be at the Emerald Youth Foundation Gymnasium at 1718 North Central Street from 4:30 to 7 p.m. Again, that's 1718 North Central Street from 4:30 to 7 p.m. That's sort of right across from Wild Love Cafe for another place to help you find your way. There's going to be a second meeting if you can't make that one. The second one's going to be Monday, September 25th at the John T. O'Connor Senior Center, and that will also be 4:30 to 7 p.m. And before we move on, I want to take a moment to recognize a few people in the audience tonight. We have members of Boy Scout Troop 6 with us. This group meets at Second Presbyterian Church on Kingston Pike in West Knoxville, and they are spending the evening with us as part of their work to get their Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. We are so happy to have all of you here in person, and so you can learn what goes into the making of decisions that matter to the people of Knoxville. So we welcome you. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you to the adults who lead and organize your troop and provide for transportation. And a special shout out to my neighbor Thad. It's great to see you here in person. He happens to live across the street from me, so he's seen me as a neighbor, and now he gets to see council and all of us here as we help lead the city. So welcome. We're so glad you're here. And now a quick reminder about our rules of decorum. For those who wish to speak, either to a specific agenda item or during public forum, you should sign up with the city recorder ahead of time. Please do not use profanity. And when speaking to specific agenda items, please remember to stay on topic. Those who fail to adhere to these rules may be ruled out of order and asked to step away from the podium. For those who are listening, please note, you may not disrupt a public meeting from the audience. Those who do may be asked to leave. Thank you in advance for everyone's respect for these rules. And that concludes my mayor's report. Are there any reports from council members? Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Thomas celebrated his birthday since our last meeting, so I want to take a moment and say happy birthday. I also wanted to recognize the group from the Boy Scout Troop 6 that's joining us this evening. I found it particularly interesting that they were founded in 1915, and they're actually the oldest troop in the Great Smoky Mountain Council. And they've been meeting at Second Presbyterian Church for 107 years.
Wow.
Well done. Anyway, just wanted to recognize you and thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. As we pile on the love for Troop 6, I will just say that I'm the proud mother of 2 Eagle Scouts from Troop 6 and was there for the 100th anniversary. So been a longtime supporter. As many of you know, I'm the chief executive of the Girl Scouts, and there's nothing better than scouting programs for our young people. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. On Sunday, the 17th, was Constitution Day, and we have Jenny Lee here from Blunt Mansion that has some things to say about Blunt Mansion and Constitution Day.
Hi, thank you all for having me today. In the theme of spreading more love for Troop 6, I like to think that we're a Knoxville staple because we're going on our 100th year as a museum, and they knocked us right out of the park. But yes, I'm here. I'm Jennifer Lee. I'm the Director of Development and Public Relations for the Blunt Mansion Association. We are the oldest operating museum in Knox County. We preserve and protect the history of Blunt Mansion, all the way from William Blunt, who was a U.S. Constitution signer. Blunt Mansion is regarded as the birthplace of Tennessee. It's the place where the Tennessee State Constitution was initially drafted. All the way to our founder, almost 100 years ago, Mary Boyce Temple, who worked as a suffragette. So we have a very long, fulfilled 232 almost years of history on site. And I had just a couple things that I wanted to say. On Constitution Day from us, we will be having Constitution Day programming not this Thursday, but the next Thursday on the 28th, led by Dr. Christopher Magra, talking about William Blunt, who was a Constitution signer, but then also ends up being our first federal official to undergo impeachment. So it's a very roundabout tale of history that we have here. But on behalf of us, with the Mansion, with Historic House Museums of Knoxville, and for the Arts and Culture Alliance, I wanted to make just a few statements on the impact that nonprofits have here in Knox County and the city of Knoxville. Blunt Mansion itself improves academic performance by conducting civic, historical, and agricultural programs and activities for children of all ages. In the last academic year, Blount Mansion welcomed over 1,500 school-aged children for field trips who learned about the founding of the U.S. and the state of Tennessee, civic responsibility, and proper horticulture practices, most of which are all a part of their core curriculum and aids these students to better understand and retain information that is observable on their test scores. Blount Mansion strengthens the local economy by employing a mix of part-time and full-time staff who in turn shopped and contributed to the city's property and sales tax collections. In addition, last year, Blount Mansion attracted over 5,000 visitors from outside of the city of Knoxville to our site, representing an economic boon of $475,000 to the city's business and government income streams. Blount Mansion promotes individual well-being by regularly making 10+ events free per year. It usually varies depending on how packed we can get our calendar. For everyone, by being sure our heirloom gardens can be enjoyed as a quiet oasis in the middle of a booming city. In fact, over 7,500 people came to Blount Mansion for pure enjoyment last year in a mix of attendance and events that we put on each year. Blount Mansion enriches community life by participating in parades, Statehood Day, and other special events that bring people from the community together. By telling stories of the people of color who have lived and worked on the grounds of Blount Mansion, and by bringing their everyday lives to light for better understanding. I would like to define cultural heritage tourism. Cultural heritage tourism can be historical attractions, monuments, landmarks, museums, art galleries, theaters, festivals, concerts, performances, and significantly historical communities or neighborhoods. The economic impact of Blount Mansion and the Arts and Culture Alliance altogether is great to the city of Knoxville, as it is across the entirety of the U.S. After reviewing a varying number of reports from across the past 10 years, I have found that studies show that almost 65 to 80% of U.S. tourists on average take part in some form of cultural heritage activity while traveling. But the majority of those tourists, roughly about 70%, cited an event tied to cultural heritage tourism as the main reason for at least one trip that they made during that year. About 40% said they added extra time to at least one trip to accommodate an activity that would be considered cultural heritage tourism. Cultural heritage tourists also stay longer and spend more than other tourists who visit for a day trip for things like sporting events. On average, cultural heritage tourists spend $623 versus $457. They use a hotel, motel, Airbnb 62% of the time versus 55%. They're more likely to spend over $1,000 on average, which is about 19% versus 12%. And they travel longer, an average of 5.2 nights versus 3.4. So on behalf of Blount Mansion, Historic House Museums of Knoxville, and the Arts and Culture Alliance, we function, well, the Arts and Culture Alliance in general
Ma'am,
functions...
your time's about up, so
Okay,
go ahead
last
and wrap
one, I
it up.
promise.
Okay.
Functions as an unpaid administrator of Knox County's contract with 39 arts and culture organizations. Additionally, numerous nonprofits in Knoxville are also supported by the Community Agency Grant. These grants are vital to the continued operations of these nonprofits and their programs, which in turn, for every dollar to the city and county invested in arts and culture, returns $32.80 in the value of contributions.
Thank you so much. There we go.
Jenny, thank you very much. I wanted to call attention to the conversation that we had the other day that I really respected, that you guys are talking about the full history of Blount Mansion and not shying away from that. Thank you.
We do try to flesh it out in our interpretation, starting with the Blount family leading all the way up to suffrage. So we try to round out over 200 years of history as well as we can to be inclusive to everyone who was on property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Singh. Councilmember Testerman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share the War Dog Memorial March that's coming up on October 1st to celebrate and to honor our military canines. It will start at 2 o'clock at Pellissippi's Hardin Valley campus.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
I also want to thank the Boy Scouts and the troop for coming today. Actually, I was a Boy Scout one time, and I still have kept the Boy Scout handbook. It still has a place on my shelf, and I refer to it from time to time. I'm a nature person, still enjoy camping, and it not only has it got some good practical advice on how to make it in the woods, but it's got some good advice on just living in general. So appreciate all you being here, and continue to camp and enjoy nature. Thank you.
Thank you. That thank you for the council reports. We'll move on to item 8A, please.
8A is a resolution confirming the reappointment of Daniel Odell to speak as a member of the Board of Zoning, to serve as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there are two people who signed up to speak in favor of this reappointment. First is Hannah Freeman. Ms. Freeman, you could come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hannah Freeman, 37912, formerly known as the Tanglewood Community. I'm here to talk about probably what is the elephant in the room today to most of you all, and I'd be grateful to elaborate on it. I am in favor of Daniel Odell for several reasons. I got to speak to Odell earlier this week. Really stand-up guy. He's a Vol. Vols help Vols. I'm also a volunteer. He's also very readily against corporate greed. So all about that. He's extremely resourceful, managing multi-million-dollar accounts. He's a very intelligent man. So money hasn't necessarily gone to his head yet from our conversation we had. That was a really positive note I took from it. So really what we're here to talk about today is how important it is when we're appointing members to boards like the appeals board, for instance, and having a discussion instead of it just being brought as an agenda item and just voted on kind of willy-nilly. Really, we need conversation to stir about some really important things that we've been noticing in our community, such as affordable housing and the availability and the lack thereof. We need affordable housing. You all know. We've been up here talking to y'all about, a little over a month now about the need that we've seen here. Rent's at an all-time high here in Knoxville. We can't keep up with it, just frankly. Our low to moderate income workers, it's not enough. It's not enough. Doubling someone's rent is crippling. And this morning, I was just at an eviction case for one of my neighbors. When we said a month ago that we're going to see evictions, we're seeing them. We're finally seeing them. I know Nikki was here last city council meeting and let you know we're seeing them then too. They're just going to continue rolling down. The affordable housing complex that was proposed over in West Knoxville, of course, 56 units. Of course, Dominion Group withdrew that offer because there was a lot of protesting against affordable housing. So what we wanted to do was show up here to show you that there's also people in support of affordable housing and show developers here that we are in support of affordable housing here in Knoxville, and please do not go anywhere. The Tanglewood community alone had over 300 residents, 105 units. And all we're asking for really at this point is a fair negotiation with our property management company. Other properties that the RAND owns in Knoxville got grandfathered into their rates gradually to reach fair market value. We weren't given that. My rent alone was raised $515. And I can show you that if you'd like. So we need help with this plea. To help us survive this housing crisis, we must discuss broader area solutions for multifamily and high-density residential complexes on when, where, and how they're going to be built. We're 9,000 units short of solving a housing crisis. 9,000 is a big number. I don't think in units. I think about the families that those 9,000 units represent. That's 15,000 people, approximately. That's single moms. That's veterans who we're thanking today. Glad the Boy Scouts can be here, because that's your nurses, your KPD officers we have in our complex. That's your students, like myself. That's a lot of people displaced in Knoxville. So in spirit of that togetherness, we have built within multiple RAND properties a growing unified voice. And our mission here is to advocate, voice policy, and ensure the betterment of our community. Moreover, we believe that housing is a human right. It's not a commodity, and basic needs are morally neutral. It's a black and white issue. That's why we're in black and white. There is a right and a wrong to this. Let's get people in houses, because houses are for need. Not greed.
Thank you. The next person signed up to speak to item 8A is Nikki Lynn. You could start by saying your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Nikki Lynn. I am a resident of Tanglewood Apartments, or that was what it was formerly known as. It's Rand at Tilbury. I'm here to speak on agenda item 8A. Daniel Odell, I got to speak with him earlier this week, just like Hannah, and it's clear that he's passionate about what he does and has a heart for the city. Like she said, he's evolved. He understands that the environmental and economic benefits of revitalizing blighted properties and the need for affordable housing. On the topic of affordable housing, I would like to ask everyone in this chamber, who has ever rented? Who has ever rented? Okay, who has rented in the last 5 years? Who's rented in the last year? This right here is your constituent. This is who is asking for affordable housing. Low-income housing and affordable housing for folks that have a dream of buying a home but can't because their rent has been 100% increased and they can't save for a home. That is why my neighbors and I and my friends are overjoyed to announce Knoxville's first Renters and Tenants Union. We've named ourselves the Knox Area Tenants Union, or CATU. CATU was not born out of a dream. It was born out of a need for affordable housing, a need that's basic and unwaveringly morally neutral. CATU has already supported our neighbors in so many ways, from supplemental food for single-parent moms, solidarity in eviction court, care and case management, translation services during lease renewals, organizing community events, reading mail leases, lease renewals, and other documents for low vision residents, being a shoulder to cry on during an unfair and immoral situations, and being there to celebrate when people have exciting things to share, like they've been able to afford a home, a permanent home. And we've been generally a great community. But CATU doesn't stop there. We are asking for this council to support us and our unified voices. We're asking for this council to keep affordable housing for all Knoxville's citizens. We're asking for this council to consider things like eminent domain, elimination of miscellaneous fees such as admin fees, application fees, insurance compliance fees, and anything else that landlords can use to penny pinch us. We ask that there are, I'm sorry, I lost my place. We ask that, help me, Hannah. We ask that you all keep affordable housing in the forefront of your mind. So houses are for need. Not for greed. I'll yield the rest of my time to the floor.
Thank you. Council members, that concludes the people signed up to speak on item 8A. Councilmember Singh. Your light is on, Councilmember Singh, yeah.
Thank you guys for bringing up this topic, and we do need to look at up and down where all the decisions are made and try to use as many tools as possible, so thanks for speaking on that.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, thank you for coming. I support your effort to organize, and that's the best way, actually, you can influence the political arena, whether it be here or with the state, I would underline. But you have my support as far as your organization. I hope it grows, and it's that kind of collective action where you get together and you analyze and work out real practical solutions. So good luck. Thank you.
Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank
I
you,
can't,
Mayor.
your name cards, yeah, I mean, I can't tell whose light is whose, but go ahead. Yeah, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you. And I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I think that it is admirable that you all have come together under a common cause. I'm not certain if there are other unions across the state or not, but I would encourage you to research that because there is strength in numbers. I'd also like to ask either the law director or or Mr. Frost if they could expound a little bit about, to everyone, including council, as to what is the authority of city council as it relates to enforcement and rent control. Because again, I encourage this group by any means necessary, but I do think that it is at a higher level than city council. If you guys could share a little bit, but I salute each of you and support your efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
Well, I think we've had this discussion before, but it bears repeating that regardless of how sympathetic this council may be, the state legislature has preempted city council, this city council, and all municipalities across the state from engaging in any type of rent control activity.
Nobody said rent control.
Do not interrupt this, please do not interrupt, or you'll be asked to leave.
As that relates to any private property in this jurisdiction. And unless and until the state declines to preempt the city from that activity, the city is not legally authorized to do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Parker, and then we'll go back to you, Ms. Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I also appreciate all of the work that you all are doing. I'm excited about a tenants union. And I feel that there is more that we can do here on City Council. And your work is actually helping us discover new strategies that we can consider. I was able to attend a community day that you all hosted at Tanglewood recently, and that allowed me to talk to folks at Legal Aid and bounce some ideas around. So I plan to bring a proposal forward that I hope my colleagues will support that might give some relief. It's not rent caps. It's not, some of those options available to others in other cities, but it's something. So I'm working on that, and I plan to bring something forward very soon.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow with what my colleagues were saying. What about, I know we can't do rent control. What about the application fees and some of the extra fees that I believe Hannah had brought up? Do we have any jurisdiction over that?
Mr. Swanson, no. The answer is no.
The answer to that question is no. We just can't control the manner in which they charge for the property that they rent.
Hey, please do not interrupt from the floor. You'll be asked to leave. Thank you. Councilmember Singh?
The second piece was, I know that UT Law School and a couple other groups were working on an eviction consortium to help out with people needing representation. And they had requested, I believe, $800,000 from the city. Do you know where that is?
That's the first I've heard of that. But I do know there are people who are doing eviction prevention stuff on the floor of the courthouse to try to help people before they even, go through that process, because it's always much easier to prevent the eviction than after the fact. So there are people there, I've seen them when I walk into work and on those eviction notice days, that they're there to help with resources, rental assistance, that sort of thing. I mean, it's not necessarily enough, but I'd certainly be happy to hear from other entities who would be interested in helping.
Is Carter Hall here today? Because he attended some of the meetings.
Carter Hall, Policy Innovation Manager for the City of Knoxville.
Thank you. I know we had spoken before, and you were attending some of the meetings, and I kind of let it go after that point. Can you tell me where things are with that project and trying to help fund it?
Yes, ma'am. So Wendy Bach with the UT Law School, as you mentioned, had invited the city to participate in the What Works Cities,
Right.
a program that they had put up talking about access to counsel, expanding, working with municipalities and other jurisdictions for having different options to expand legal aid to those facing eviction. The city, as well as the county, part of their community development, sat in on that program. At this point, there has been no direct ask to the city. You mentioned $800,000. I have also not heard that ask before.
Okay, maybe that was in a previous meeting. Thank you. Adam Hughes, were you involved in that?
Yeah, we were.
Would you mind coming to speak on it?
If you could just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Adam Hughes, 2619 Merchant Drive. Yes, we were fortunate, in my capacity as the East Tennessee organizer with SOCM, to work with the UT College of Law, the Geography and Sustainability Department, other partners, including Legal Aid of East Tennessee, representatives from the city and the county in the Sprint program with the idea of working to the point where we could expand representation. And I'm hopeful that it will happen. And I think it's vitally needed just based on what I've seen in eviction court today. 112 families on the docket today. And based on research that we've done with the Geography and Sustainability Department, about fewer than 5% of people facing eviction actually benefit from legal representation right now.
Thank you. So I think this is a place where the city can do something. So I'd like to pursue this further.
Okay. Mr. Frost?
Thank you, Mayor. One thing, kind of following up on what the law director said, the state also has the Uniform Landlord and Tenant Act, which if there is, it lays out parameters about what a lease may and may not have in it. It also lays out the process for timely payment, late payment, and moving towards an eviction if unfortunately one's necessary. The city has no part in that. Those actions are not filed in city court. They're filed in Knox County General Sessions Court.
Right.
So that's another, that uniform state law applies to some, but not all municipalities and counties across the state, but it does apply to those apartments in Knoxville and in Knox County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Singh. Just, Wendy Bach's a longtime friend, and I know her pretty well through her work as a legal clinic, and I do remember that What Works City. So I think we signed on to as a letter of support for a grant, but I haven't heard what the outcome of that is. But particularly for the sake of our Boy Scouts and others in the audience who may not be familiar, sometimes it's easy to focus on what we can't do. We can't do rent control. We can't do rent freezes. We're not allowed to, pass ordinances that regulate landlord and tenant on private property. That's just something that's outside our purview. But what we can do, which is relevant to item 8A, is deal with land use and zoning regulations, appoint good people to Planning Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals, and continue the work that we've done. This council has approved over $38 million towards affordable housing in the last few years that has helped develop over 2,000 homes, affordable homes, housing, countless members of those households. I don't know how many. Of course, that's not enough. We've done more than ever before in the history of the city, but the needs are greater than ever. And so this council has always kept affordable housing front of mind, and now more than ever. And I know just later this week, we're going to talk about one small part of the solution, which is to promote more middle housing, so there's a more diversity of housing. But that's just one part of a bigger solution. So instead of focusing on what we can't do, I really appreciate this council's focus on what we can do, which is help support the private sector developing more affordable housing and more housing supply just in general across our city. And zoning and BZA is one mechanism that we do have authority to use and promote more affordable housing. Councilmember Ryder and then Councilmember McKenzie.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if Mr. Odell is here, because we hadn't.
He is not.
Okay. But I believe this is his second term.
This is his second term.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to recognize him.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask Ben Bentley if he could come down. I'm not sure if he is aware, but if anyone in the room is, it could be him. I think what I'm hearing is from some of the people who are in the audience is that this is a situation of people who are working people who cannot afford rents and so may not qualify for subsidies in Section 8, which I would consider people who sometimes because of rent and other financial obligations are barely making it paycheck to paycheck. And so when you are late, there are late fees that are incurred. Are you aware of any programs that are out there or available to help people who don't qualify for Section 8 because they do have jobs, but the rents are so high along with other obligations? Are you aware of anything that's available?
So there's a couple of things that we are trying to do. I'm saying we as a city, and this is really the mayor and her administration, we're trying to incorporate in some of the market rate development that's happening workforce housing. It's not perfect. It's not something that in our state they lay out an environment and love for us to do, but we're trying to do that where we can, and it involves providing incentives to private entities that are building things to make sure that there are pieces of those units that are rent restricted. So I think while that is not an immediate solution, and I just like to be honest, like that's not the answer right this minute, but long term, as we continue to try to build more and incorporate more of that type of housing into new developments, that will help.
Right. And so with the workforce housing, I know if memory serves me correctly, we've heard 10 units here, 5 units there. I don't recall anything more than 10 units.
So the largest that we have done so far was 35 units on one project. We're trying to hit a 10 to 20% target. Okay. We'd love to be more near 20%, obviously. So I think we will continue to refine that program, working with RJ Justice and her team on that to make sure we can create as many of those units as possible. But you're right, Councilwoman McKenzie, it's not enough.
Right. And so with the workforce housing units, is there a time frame that price restriction is in place? As we know a lot with HUD funding, there's a 30-year.
Right.
So are there any type of limitations as it relates to that?
The way the agreements are drafted at this point, it has aligned with the public incentive. So if the city is providing a pilot for X number of years, that would be, and I think I've heard Councilwoman Parker articulate this point before, let's use our incentives to try to create the affordable housing. That's kind of what we're trying to do here, is align the timing of that incentive with the workforce housing timeline. It's not perfect, but that's what we're going for.
And as evidence, we know that that's definitely not enough. It's a start, but it's good because I don't know if everyone in the audience was even aware of that particular thing. And we know that when those workforce housing units are open, again, there'll be a waiting list for people applying for it, and so we still find ourselves pretty much in the same dilemma. But thank you. It's good to have that information as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes. For all you that have shown up, I really appreciate it. As you know, you've reached out to me before, and I've met you on site. What happened at Tanglewood was indeed greed, and it was reprehensible, the amount without notice that they raised your rent. I simply want to say, though, reach out to me again. I would love to have a meeting quite soon, maybe just a small group, and we will just have a good general discussion. I will kind of maybe put in context what the view is from here about possibilities, and so reach out, and thank you for coming, and let's talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. And, to council, I just also wanted to mention, during the worst part of the pandemic, the federal government did send dollars to cities to help with rental assistance. And then they sent another infusion that went to, the city and the county combined together. And there's that rental assistance program. Those monies are gone. However, we are working with our county partners to talk to the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, because we believe that they do have more funds available for rental assistance that should be coming to Knoxville. They haven't released those yet. We're working hard to bring that money so then it can be similar to the rental assistance available that was during the pandemic. We don't have those funds yet. We're waiting on the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, THDA. And again, we're working with our county partners to try to get that money released to help people in need. So Mr. Odle is up for reappointment. Does anyone else have any questions or comments on his reappointment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
8B is a resolution confirming the reappointment of Kaylin Chesney to the Better Building Board of the City of Knoxville.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Is Mr. Chesney here? I don't think he is here. Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
8C is a resolution confirming the appointment of Rick Whitted Jr. to the Knoxville Transportation Authority Board.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Councilmember Testerman? It's okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
8D is a resolution confirming the reappointment of Linda Gay Blanc to the City Pension Board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
9A is an ordinance appropriating the sum of $1,500 from Parks and Recreation Department funds and donating same toward the sponsorship of Legacy Parks Foundation's 2023 Legacy Luncheon for the Parks.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
9B is an ordinance to close an unnamed street from Houstonia Drive to its western terminus located along the northern border of parcel 058JA00101 and the southern border of parcel 058GF033, and authorizing the mayor to execute quitclaim deeds to the adjacent property owners, Mark Edward Bass, applicant, 4th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
9C is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification for property located at 602 City Coast Street from IMU District to CG1 District. Steve Jenkins, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
9D is an ordinance to change the base zoning classification of property located at 0 Sanders Lane from RN2 District to RN4 District, leaving all special purpose and overlay districts unchanged. Don Horton, applicant, 6th District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
10D is a resolution approving an appeal by John Holmes of the Board of Zoning Appeals denial of a variance to, 1, reduce the corner side setback from 12 feet to 5 feet, 2, reduce the sum of interior side setbacks from 15 feet to 10 feet, 3, reduce the minimum lot width of a 4-townhouse development from 80 feet to 50 feet as required by Article 4.3, Table 4.1, for RN5 zone property located at 2230 Laurel Avenue, First Council District.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made to approve and seconded. We have a process to follow here for the appeal. Is Mr. Holmes present? Mr. Holmes, you get to speak first, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My request is for 3 variances for 4 small townhomes in Fort Sanders area. These townhomes will be 4 bedrooms each. There are 3 variances requested, as mentioned. The first is the first one is a corner side setback from 12 foot to 5 foot. Interior side setbacks are already 5 foot, so this matches the interior. I would note that every other property on the same block has the exact same setbacks. They all are within 5 feet. I did an analysis, it's included in your packet, that has every property on that side of the street as well as every property to the north. Every single property would require the same 2 variances on 1 and 2 to be rebuilt today. So it's the exact same as what every other property has. I would note that half of the building is offset due to the driveways and locations of those. That's what, with the rules of measurement, it makes it sound worse than it is. But if you look at half the building at a time, half of the building is actually at a, I'll give a note here. So 50% of the building is at a corner side setback of 13 foot, which is more than the requirement. Only half of the building will be at that 5 foot, the lesser amount, and that's due to those locations of the driveways. When you average the 2, it's actually 9 foot for a difference of 3. The second variance is the sum of the sides. So this is the interior and the corner side together. The requirement is 15. I'm asking for 10. If it was an interior lot, they're virtually all 10 foot anyways. That would be the requirement. 50% of the building has a sum of sides of 18 foot. Again, due to those driveway locations. The other 50 foot is at 12.5 foot. If you average those 2 out for the offsets, it's over 15 foot, so it meets that requirement. And the hardship on this lot really has to do with the change in elevation. There's a 22-foot elevation change from north to south. The driveways have to be spaced a certain distance, 50 foot from the corner, and then you have to have a certain space between each driveway. So that's driving where these have to go. The alley at the rear is also too narrow, so the alley has to be extended towards, and the property drops off really steep towards that south side, which means there'll be a retaining wall there, so the building can't be extended any further to the south. The third variance is the lot width requirement. So when this request was written, the city council had not passed section 17.3. There was an amendment that just came active or in force about a month ago. This amendment 17.3 states that a non-conforming lot of record is a lot that one time was recorded or that met the dimensional requirements at one point in time. A non-conforming lot of record may be used for any permitted use, and development of a non-conforming lot must meet all the other dimensional standards except for lot width. So that other third Variance requests should not be needed based on the passage of the 17.3 amendment last month. And then finally, I included in your packet as well, the request is very much in line with other recent variance approvals. I put together a quick list. There's been 21 similar variances approved in just the last 3 years. So they'll pull up in a few minutes. Virtually everything in that area is going to need similar setbacks to what is requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here? You have up to two more speakers who can speak in favor of item 10A, this BZA appeal. Is there anyone else here who was speaking in favor of that? Mr. Marlowe, please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas Avenue. I'm speaking in favor of this because after reviewing the agenda packet, it seems odd to me that this lot would be zoned RN5, yet be forced to only be redeveloped as either a single family or a duplex. That seems to be the opposite direction of what RN5 would suggest. And in fact, it looks like he could have petitioned planning to get it zoned to RN6, which would be even a higher level of zoning. So we're in a housing crisis, and this thing's really loud, sorry. We're in a housing crisis, and we need to be focusing on allowing development where we think it's appropriate. And I believe that the Fort Sanders area is very dense. In fact, I've heard that it might be the densest area in the state. And RN5 zoning is a pretty intense residential zoning. So to effectively force someone to build only a single family home or a duplex, which is going to require variances just to build a duplex, highlights the problems of our current zoning code and how it makes missing middle housing almost impossible. So this lot, I would say, is a prime example of how missing middle housing became missing in the first place. Even though we're in the densest neighborhood in the state, or at least one of the densest neighborhoods in the state, with the RN5 zoning, our current code almost forces this property owner to build a single family home. It seems absurd to me. I believe that if we can grant this appeal and allow him to build his 4 townhomes with, I believe, 4 bedrooms each, is that right? That's 16 bedrooms in 4 separate dwelling units. That's not out of character with Fort Sanders, and it's desperately needed bedrooms and housing units in this city at a point in time where we desperately need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking in favor of item 10A? Okay, these appeals allow for up to 3 speakers who are opposed to the appeal. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to this appeal? Okay. And there's no need for rebuttal. So Mr. Holmes would normally have a chance to rebut anyone who spoke in opposition, but no one's spoken in opposition. So now we will go to council discussion. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Holmes, I have a couple questions for you, if you would come back to the mic.
Sure.
Well, first, actually, Mr. Frost, would you provide us a refresher of what we're voting on tonight, whether this is rezoning or what a BZA appeal, highlight what a BZA appeal is for us to consider?
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Mr. Holmes filed for, I believe, 3 variances with the Board of Zoning Appeals. The Board of Zoning Appeals looks at situations where they might seek to allow variances from the strict application of the code. There are certain guidelines that control the decision-making process, and they're set out in the Appendix B of the zoning code. Briefly, variances will be granted only when special circumstances or conditions such as exceptional narrowness, topography, or siting fully described in the findings of the board do not appear generally in the district. Variances will not be granted to allow a use otherwise excluded from the particular district in which requested. 3, for reasons fully set forth in the findings of the board, The aforesaid circumstances are conditions are such that the strict application of the provisions of this code would deprive the applicant of any reasonable use of his or her land. Mere loss of use does not justify a variance. There must be a deprivation of the beneficial use of the land. 4, any variance granted under the provisions of the section must meet the minimum adjustments necessary for the reasonable use of the land. And 5, the granting of any variance is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the code and will not be injurious to the neighborhood, detrimental to the public welfare, or in conflict with the general plan for development.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, I'm very familiar with this property, as you know. Tell us a little, there is a development on the property now, is that right?
That's correct. There is an existing house there. The existing structure has 2 foot 2 setback and 7.5 on one side. Some is 9.7.
Okay, so and that is a single family home?
It's a duplex.
It's a duplex.
Yeah.
All right. All right, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that there is an existing property or development on the property. Mr. Ahrens, I have some questions for you, if you would come to the mic. Thank you. This property is zoned RN5, and while we're not discussing rezoning tonight, would you discuss what is available in the RN5 use table for this?
Sure. Peter Ahrens, City of Knoxville, Plans Review and Inspections Director. So RN5 allows single family, 2 family, they allow townhouses, they allow multifamily. You can pretty much do as dense as you can, provided you have the space.
Okay. The other question I had is around the 3 variances that Mr. Holmes has requested. Is there a way to develop, either replace the existing home, a duplex, or build that density that you just mentioned without all of these variances?
Mr. Holmes has the right to rebuild that duplex, absolutely. You can repair and maintain existing structures all day long. As far as designing a more intense development, I can't speak to that. That's something that Mr. Holmes and his design team would develop.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause to see if any of my colleagues have some questions.
Councilmember Testerman?
Thank you. Just going through, Mr. Holmes, I do have a few questions for you. So there's a duplex on there, and then...
Correct. So the existing structure, it's built in the 1930s. It's in really poor shape. As Peter said, state law allows it to be torn down and rebuilt, but you kind of lose your grandfathering of your existing setbacks. Even if you took that same house today and you asked for a permit to get that, to rebuild the exact same house, you're still going to have to get these same variances to rebuild it.
Has that structure been condemned?
Since 2014.
Right. So, okay, we're pushing on 10 years that property's been condemned. And to your point, you would lose all your grandfathering, and anything you do, it sounds like you're going to have to get some type of variance. Is that correct?
That's the way I see it. I mean, it's 50-foot lot. When you lose 12 foot and an additional 5, you've lost 17 feet. That's over 30% of your lot.
And so what, if you did not do these 4 townhomes, what are your options? Is it just single family or another duplex? Or what other considerations have you?
So if you have more than 4 bedrooms in a unit now, the city considers it independent living. That would require variances as well. But what they came back and said was that you're not allowed to have driveways at that point. So then that pushes a parking problem out to the rest of the city, or it results in having to build a driveway upon the interior lot line, which I don't think the neighbors would prefer that at all. It's certainly not as clean, and it doesn't provide as much parking.
Right. And then I've read through everything. Can you just kind of top line what modifications you've made since we discussed this property?
Oh, so previously, I was trying to do more units, but smaller units. Since then, I've reduced the density down 35% from where we started. The original goal was to have 24 bedrooms across 6 units. Scaled that down to 4 small units at 4 bedrooms each. I think it's a good balance between economics, making the numbers work to do the project. It provides enough parking for the tenants, and it's going to blend in with the neighborhood. It's going to match the same style and consistency of Fort Sanders. It'll have a large porch on the front, large porches for each unit. Brick construction with hardy siding. So I want something that fits with the character of the neighborhood. If you go to the independent living and you lose the driveways on the side, inevitably you're going to end up with a blockier, modern-looking kind of structure. I don't think it's going to be as cohesive with, especially that side of the fort, which is more older style.
But then if you do more density, then to your point, you've got the parking issue, which is already a compromised parking area. So
parking is getting to be at a very critical level over there,
right.
And it's only getting worse.
Okay. That's all I have at the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Ryder.
Yeah, Mr. Holmes, you said the units that you want to build, they're going to match and fit with the character of what's there? Those are the words you just used?
It's going to be similar. So like the design I've picked out kind of mimics the original side gable. The front's going to be radically different. The existing house has a really funky roof line with a weird offset, but it'll mimic the design guidelines of Fort Sanders with gables, the Victorian styles, historic looking brick.
So when I look at the aerial, I see multiple blocks of houses that some of them are subdivided into multiple units, but they all face Laurel. They all face the street, the front street, but you want to tear down the one that has the same setbacks and faces the same direction and turn everything to the side street.
Actually, no. So from the front, it will look like a traditional house on that street. And the way the setback works on that front unit, when you pull up onto 23rd and you're going down 23rd, you're going to see what looks like a house. As you get to the next unit, it's actually inset an additional 8 foot. You will not even see that side from 23rd. You'll see the gable of the 3rd unit, which all hides the 4th unit because it steps in, the way the offsets work. So when you look at it from that side, you'll probably see like a porch there, a little bit of an overhang that kind of hides the garage, but there's this very large 8-foot inset.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Ahrens, if I know Mr. Ahrens is answering questions for the city, but there've been a couple of statements that conflicted with something in the record from the BZA, so I'd like Mr. Ahrens or Mr. Berry to respond. On page 116 of our packet, there's the statement from BZA with Mr. Berry that says, hold on a second. The applicant can build a single-family dwelling or a two-family dwelling that faces onto Laurel and meet the dimensional requirements of the RN5 zoning district. That's a fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, because there've been a couple of statements made that it can't be done without variances, but Mr. Berry was correct when he stated you could build a duplex without variances.
So you can rebuild what's there. You can repair what's there, and you can add on to what's there if you don't change the development. You can't add on to it on those lines if you create a townhouse development.
So if he clears the lot.
Then all grandfathering rights go away.
Okay, and so with RN5, he couldn't build a duplex. In RN5.
He would be subject to the dimensional
Setbacks, but he could still build a duplex.
Yeah.
within the setbacks that are required in RN5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all. I just want to clarify because the statement was made that he couldn't and he could. It wouldn't be the same dimensions as what sits on the lot, but
Correct.
he could build a duplex
Correct.
on that lot if it was issued that met the setbacks in the code.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
You asked my question, so just wanted to confirm that, thank you. And that's the exact reason that I won't be able to support this. We need more density. He can build, Mr. Holmes, you can build more density on this lot. But we shouldn't set a precedent for rezoning by way of BZA. And I feel like this does not meet the deprivation of beneficial use of land. And I don't think it adheres to the standards for granting a variance. We heard this similar matter for the same property in our last meeting, and I don't feel any different about it now than I did then. These variances are not required in order to use the land. And as Councilman Ryder just affirmed with Mr. Aaron's, a duplex and other more dense uses can be built on this property. So I won't be supporting this appeal, but I do support additional work Mr. Holmes does in Fort Sanders.
Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions. I'm not sure, it's somewhere between Mr. Clabo and Mr. Aaron's. Do these variances that are requested pose any type of safety hazard?
During the BZA meeting where they're looking for hardships, the safety hazards did not come up.
Okay. How about, are there any detrimental aspects to the environment?
Any detrimental aspects would be captured through stormwater regulations.
Which is why, to me, this seems like with the crisis that we are in and to make the density that can be allowed on RN5, this seems like a beneficial use of land, so I'll be voting for it.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Testerman.
Yeah, I get this is tough, and I did not support it the last time around. I do feel like it was kind of trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. You know, but you also are in a zoning that encourages density, and I feel like Mr. Holmes has, you know, gone back, modified, decreased, but tried to be creative, maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. I mean, it's not ideal, but here we are tonight with a room full of people and students who are crying out for housing. And I know that, you know, we do want to keep with integrity and character, and I fully support that. And it might not be the best solution or the perfect solution, but I feel like it's a reasonable solution that he's trying to create. And, you know, it's tough. I want to support it. I think it's, you know, I think it's a hard place. But when you're looking at RN5 and trying to leverage and maximize the ability to create housing, to go back, I mean, and the cost to redo what's there has got to be so cost prohibitive. I can't, and just repairing what's there because you've got to upgrade codes and everything that comes along with that. So, you know, for those reasons, I'm going to support. I feel like he's jumped through a lot of hoops. BZA was a bit split, a lot of discussion around it. So that's where I'm going to land at the moment.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, consistent with some comments that Councilperson Ryder and Councilperson Smith has made, and also, but most importantly, what I think I heard from Peter Ahrens, it sounds like that we can greatly increase density on this site by staying with the RN5 zoning. And it was a close call at the Board of Zoning Appeals, and it's a close call here in lots of ways, but I'm going to defer, I think, to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I don't think, this came before us again, and I don't see anything that's significantly changed. So we can increase density here without changing the zoning, which was designed to protect Fort Sanders, which has been in onslaught, I guess might be said, of what was once a Victorian neighborhood. And I would like to try to keep some of the character there that's left. So I'm going to have to deny the appeal, I think, or vote to deny it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Roberta.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely see, and looking through the record, you know, BZA really struggled with this, as my colleagues had talked about as well. You know, I think going back to Councilmember Smith's point about the dangers of rezoning by BZA, I think that's a true point. I think that's what Councilmember Thomas was also expressing as well. I don't believe Councilmember Smith's motion was seconded, so I will second that.
Vice Mayor Roberta, there's a motion on the floor to approve the appeal.
Okay.
So that will have to, and was made and seconded before the discussion started. So
just point of order, I'll make a second on the motion that Councilmember Smith brought for those reasons. Thank you.
But what was that? A point of order, what?
Well, Councilmember Smith made a motion. I'm seconding it. I know that priority is going to go to the first one, but I'm just making that motion. I'm making that second.
So the first motion on the floor is to approve the appeal. The second motion is to deny the appeal. So we'll go back to the first priority motion. Mr. Frost?
I believe it's Councilmember Singh's motion should be voted on first. It was the first one made.
Yes, it takes priority. Okay, so when the next vote comes, it'll be on Councilmember Singh's motion to approve that was made and seconded. So that's the current motion we're discussing, and there's more discussion to come. Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. I just want a clarification from Mr. Frost. Again, legally, what can we do with this? I mean, hardship, I mean, you read the whole thing, but can you give me the nuggets?
Thank you, Councilmember Fugit. You know, there are 5 elements. They're supposed to meet the following criteria. And very briefly, you know, the property has to have exceptional or special circumstances, including topography, that does not apply generally to the district. Variances won't be granted to allow a use otherwise excluded from the particular district, and that the strict application would deprive the applicant of reasonable use of his or her land. And it goes on to say mere loss in value does not justify a variance. There must be a deprivation of beneficial use of the land. And then the last one, granting will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the code and not be injurious to the neighborhood, detrimental to the public welfare, or conflict with the general plan for development.
Thank you. That helps as we get ready to vote about what are the reasons we can overturn BZA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on that comment because I think it's really important. As much as we want to rezone things the way we want or change the shape of development to fit a specific need, or it just doesn't apply to the decision we're legally obliged to. We have to stand firm on that. Otherwise, we're going to make willy-nilly decisions as new opportunities come before us for any measure that comes from BZA. And as we've seen from previous variances, it's very important to be consistent with these and to abide by what was outlined by Mr. Frost, which one of those elements was some type of natural challenge that is unique to or out of character, or excuse me, not like the rest of the district. Well, I think as Mr. Holmes made the case, there's this type of slope in many places throughout Fort Sanders. Furthermore, I think it's very important that, particularly related to Fort Sanders, and you look back over the arc of time, the way that that neighborhood has been chipped away at in terms of losing the character of the neighborhood, I have no doubt, Mr. Holmes, I've seen your developments. I think you do a good job. You will maintain the character of Fort Sanders neighborhood with your design. That's not what we're deciding on, and zoning's not what we're deciding on either. So I think it's really important to remember the long arc of the design and the use of land in Fort Sanders and how it's been chipped away at by making these little curbs and cutting corners on these things. So again, I don't think that these variances are any different than the ones we voted on 2 weeks ago, and I think they're out of line with what we're required to vote on related to variances.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, consistent with what Mr. Frost has told us. I have a lot of empathy for the applicant, I really do, but I don't think that developing within RN5 on this lot would, under the regulations, deprive him of the use of the property, and I don't think the criteria for a hardship is being met either, so I can't vote for this.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the appeal in item 10A. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving this appeal, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion does not carry. The motion fails. Is there a new motion? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to deny the appeal on the grounds that it doesn't meet the hardship requirements of a variance.
Second.
Motion made to deny the appeal from Councilmember Smith, seconded by Vice Mayor Roberto. Any questions or discussion? Councilmember Singh?
I'm a little confused by procedure. If we voted that down, doesn't that do what your
Yeah,
motion is?
the law director says that
Okay.
for the sake of clarity and based on previous litigation, we have to have an affirmative denial, not just against an
You are
approval.
correct, but the Court of Appeals can't figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So since the Court of Appeals will just satisfy their demands. So the motion on the floor is to deny. It's been made and seconded. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I had concerns about this agenda item when I first saw it before us. Concerns about how much is trying to be crammed into one space. But as I looked through the documents and listened to the presentation, it seemed like a really thoughtful design. The hardship seems to be there and seems to be in line with other appeals that I voted in favor of. I don't know what the variances we voted on 2 weeks ago are. I don't remember there being a BZA appeal before me, but it seems like we have had issues pertaining to Fort Sanders come before us in the past and have seen a hardship. So I'm not an expert on this piece of property, but I feel like it's a really reasonable plan that's come before us, and it's in alignment with other variances that we have approved or that BZA has approved. So that's why I was in support of it. I realized the numbers aren't there. But just wanted to lift that up. I don't know what other variances we've voted on that this would be in alignment with.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of denying this appeal, let's do a roll call vote just for the sake of clarity. So a yes vote is saying in favor of denying the appeal. A no vote is not in favor of denying the appeal.
Wait, what?
So yes is saying the appeal is denied. No is saying the appeal is not denied. Does that everyone understand? Okay, will you conduct the roll call vote, please?
Councilman Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Roberto?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fugit? Yes. Councilwoman McKenzie?
Yes.
Councilwoman Parker?
No.
Councilwoman Ryder?
Yes.
Councilwoman Testerman?
No.
Councilman Thomas.
Yes.
So what's that?
Did you ask me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Singh.
No.
So the motion carries 6-3. The appeal is denied. Next item, please.
A is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the United Way of Greater Knoxville Incorporated to provide funding in an amount not to exceed $425,000 for a multifaceted community schools initiative in 14 schools located within the corporate limits of Knoxville, which promotes community resources to achieve healthy communities.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there's one person signed up to speak in favor of this and one person signed up to speak in opposition. Rick Roach, if you'd come to the podium, he signed up to speak in favor of this.
Technically, Rick Roach, Knoxville. Technically, I'm not in favor or against. I would love to hear some clarification. Rarely do we see the city dealing with education funds, especially at this amount. And I'm slightly familiar with the community schools program. I guess my question would be, the city voting on this, but the funding is coming from United Way. What's the money going to do? I know one person who is a nurse at, I guess, potentially one of the schools. I couldn't pull up the details of the resolution, so I don't know all the schools involved. But I imagine that this one school is part of it. And she is a nurse. And she has spoken of the difficulties involved and the end result of the community schools program in terms of bringing resources, not just to the students, but to families at these particular schools. So if we could get some clarification, hopefully from someone from our Knox County school system to speak on this. Maybe someone from United Way who may have some details about this, and explain what the heck is going on.
Thank you. Council members, I believe this is in the agenda packet, but this is the same amount of money that you've approved for the past several years. This funding originally started back when I was on the school board, and there's one way the city has supported this after-school and holistic support services for children in high-needs schools. There's no change in the amount. It's just a change in who's conducting the program. It used to be the Knoxville Education Foundation, and now the programmatic operational side of that is being handled by United Way. And Matt Ryerson is here if the council members have questions. But before we go to your discussion, there's one other person who signed up to speak in opposition to this, Ms. Constance Every.
All right, Constance Every, 37914, Knoxville, Tennessee. Let's call it for what it is, because nobody comes and talks about the elephant but me. This is a joke, because you all have not invested in city schools, as Rick Roach pointed out, in years. However, what's coming into Knoxville next year? The charter school. That's what's coming into Knoxville next year. And how ironic that in the same following year that the charter school is going to roll in, you all are now ready to make a partnership with United Way and give them almost $500,000. Ironic? Not at all. Typical? Absolutely. Because let's be truthful. If you all were serious about these initiatives, as I continue to call you out for, as I've done on the campaign trail when we ran for the mayorship just now, if you were serious about these issues, then I would like to run back freedom schools, for example. We just had a whole war this summer over a simple youth enrichment initiative through Freedom Schools that was requesting to use the Knox County bus line. This was an excellent time to bring that kind of funding in and partnership in if we were serious, city of Knoxville, about city schools and initiating programs for our kids. However, we know what this really is. This is once again you all getting ready to kill our schools. Austin East, Vine, Sirmore Green, Green School, all of the inner city schools need to pay attention because when this charter school comes in, our schools are officially dead. And that's what they want to do. I cannot say this enough. United Way is a predator in our community. They are not there as a safe haven. They're not there because they care about us. They're there because what people do when it comes to black problems and black issue. You profit and you gain from our pain. You champion our struggles for talking points and for votes. But when it's time to do the real work in our neighborhoods, you never show up, you're never there, and more importantly, you never come with purse strings and initiatives for our community. So I just think it's hilarious to see that now that we got this charter school rolling through, you are now ready to do a partnership. You choose your big brother middleman, United Way, give them $500,000, but the truth be told, you're going to kill our schools. I yield my time.
Council, that concludes people signed up to speak to this item. Council Member Ryder?
Yeah, I don't know if Ms. Smith or Ms. Ball, I think the mayor just answered it as well, but how many years have we been giving this amount to the community schools program? 10 years?
At least 10 years. I remember I was working for Mayor Rojero when it was back on the books then, and I think it started out at about 200,000 and then went up to 450, and it's been at 450.
I believe it's increased during my time on council. We've been giving this money to community schools. Ms. Smith, how much do we give to the school system out of our local option? Is there a local option sales tax?
But
how much are we funding the county school system? Off the top of your head.
So the amount that we actually, the city does not actually send money to the schools. That money is actually taken out before we send
Right.
Yeah, 72 cents out of every sales tax dollar collected in the city of Knoxville goes to Knox County Schools.
But it's millions and millions and millions.
It's like 130 million at least a year.
$130 million.
A year.
A year out of the city budget since the 80s? That we've been doing that local option sales tax?
Yes.
Okay, I just think it's important for the public record, when it is stated into the public record that we don't fund the schools, that we do fund the schools. We've been funding community schools for this many years, over 10. It has steadily increased. And we give, I believe you just said, $130 million of our local sales tax that we don't get to use on city programs because they go straight from our tax coffers to the county schools.
Please do not disrupt the meeting.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Mr. Ryerson, do you mind? I have 3 minutes left. Do you mind answering a question? This is a shift. The money previously went to Knox Education Foundation, and United Way is now taking the employment and operating that. Could you elaborate just for my couple of minutes here about the shift of the community schools program from Knox Education Foundation to United Way?
Yeah, we were, thank you. Appreciate that, Councilwoman, and it's an honor to be here today in front of the council. Appreciate this opportunity. Yeah, we were approached a couple years ago by the Knox Education Foundation CEO if we'd be interested in taking over administrative responsibilities of community schools for Knoxville. We went through a due diligence process, number one, to check if it aligned with our mission, and then number two, is it a project that we could add value to? In other words, grow it from the great foundation it was built into. And so we, after that due diligence process and board approval, took on that initiative. It started July 1, actually, this year. So we are in the schools. Every school in the city is staffed, and I know that was a big part of the original agreement, is making sure that there was a coordinator positioned in each school to ensure those services and resources were brought to bear. So that's the update. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, so you're maintaining the same number of staff and the same number of schools?
Yeah, actually, we're adding an evaluation component at the United Way. The city money is going primarily to staff coordinators at the schools. But we're adding some extra components to try and make sure those resources are in position.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Ryerson, my questions are for you as well, actually. So in our packet, it states that the United Way shall provide a comprehensive strategy for the Community Schools Initiative. And I was wondering if you could help me understand the experience the United Way has had with providing program staff for K through 12 programs.
Yeah, this is kind of a new space for us, stepping into this and researching this. We brought on a lot of the staff. In fact, if Adam Fritz might be able to join me, he is the current director of community schools. He came over from the Knox Education Foundation. So the key, Councilwoman, was getting the right staff in position. So we reached out to that team and transitioned as many of the team that were interested in that. And then this summer went through a pretty comprehensive hiring practice to ensure that the right fit for each school, including which we had principals speak in not only on the selection of their site coordinator, but the interview process as well. But if it's okay, Director Fritz may add to that a little color to it.
Yes, so Adam Fritz, Director of Community Schools. I've been doing community schools since 2012. I started one of the pilots that took place at Lonsdale Elementary School. We have grown the initiative over the last 10 years to now we're in 15 schools. 14 of those are covered with the dollars that are provided by the city. We are now, as Mr. Ryerson said, grateful that we have been able to build back up the initiative to where we do have staff members in each of the community schools this year. We have not been able to do that for the last 2 years. So that's one of the benefits of us going to the United Way, is being able to support and get our initiative back to the space that it was in previously. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have as well.
And so the relationship with the United Way is both for that financial sustainability as well as they're really taking over the whole program.
Yeah, and I would also say I think one of the benefits that we have seen on the short term is being able to have access to the partnership network that the United Way has access to. Previously, a lot of the work was taking place at a site level, and all of the need is drawn from the site level. We do asset mapping and needs assessment to determine what happens at each individual school. Each individual school bases what it is that they do on the stakeholders of that school, the students, the families, the school staff, the community that lives there. I think one of the things that has come to fruition from this partnership is allowing us to address those things at a higher level. So when we're one of the examples that I can give is we have worked with Big Brothers Big Sisters, and they're now placing a site-based mentor in Vine Middle and Maynard Elementary, where they're going to be having a site-based mentor that is going to be having a caseload of up to 30 students. And that was directly related to us determining that there was a mentoring need in those communities and figuring out with a partner how to address that in a more holistic fashion. So that's one example of a way that we have sort of looked at a need that was taking place at the site level and been able to address that a little more holistically through those partnerships that we didn't necessarily have access to previously.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I have a minute left. I am a bit uncomfortable with this move. And I realize that it's not my decision, it's not our decision, but it is our decision to determine whether we can entrust these funds to be invested how they need to be invested, if they're in the right location. And I just have some concerns. I have some concerns when the decision makers are more removed from the school environment and the population that's being served. That's what concerns me the most. And I only have 10 seconds, so I'm going to end mine there, but you're very welcome to respond if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. And the United Way network nationally has a lot of United Ways do the work of community school strategy. And one of the key elements of that is this key stakeholder committee that really engages the neighborhood, the parents, and the school administrators. They really have to drive the decision-making around the work and what is needed, because it's not just the school, it's the neighborhood. Agree with you 100% that voice is vital, and they've got a great framework to really offer that opportunity and platform.
Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. Just two comments. One is, it is very clear to me the value of this role because my kids go to a Title I school. There's a community schools person there. We've been blessed with 3 great back-to-back. They've all gone into work with children in other capacities. The teachers are taxed, schools are taxed. This person really is the linchpin between what happens inside the doors in the community, including parents and businesses. So I could preach for hours about the value of this and how important it is, because I see it weekly in my kids' school. So I don't have any confusion about that. It's also, my second point is just always a good opportunity to piggyback on the city's funding towards Knox County schools. For our Boy Scouts that are here, public knowledge, if you live in the city, you pay for, you contribute to schools through your city and county taxes. And the city's contribution is equivalent to every school in all of South Knoxville. So that's no small amount that the city contributes to public schools. And this is one of the most pivotal roles to bridge the community and the schools. And if you're on the ground and see it, there's no confusion about it. You realize the value of these people who are committing themselves to these kids. They're the Swiss Army knife of school care. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Councilmember McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask Mr. Ryerson or someone from United Way, is this uncommon? Are there other United Ways in other places that serve in this capacity?
Yeah, we just had a convening of a Zoom meeting of United Ways around the network. So there's 1,000 United Ways in the United States. And right now, about 200 of them are operating and administrating community schools. So as much as we're new to it here, and we're certainly learning and committed to learning, we also have a broad-based network that supplies us with supports and best practices from all over the country.
Okay. And just for those who did not have, that aren't privy to the packet information or couldn't pull it up, the 14 community schools are as follows: Belmont Magnet Academy, Belmorris Elementary, Christenberry Elementary, Dogwood Elementary, Green Magnet Academy, Lonsdale Elementary, Maynard Elementary, Norwood Elementary, South Knox Elementary, Sarahmore Green Magnet Academy, Spring Hill Elementary, Fine Middle Magnet, Westview Elementary, and Whittle Springs Middle. Those are our 14 identified community schools, and they have been identified as community schools to my knowledge, for at least the past 5 to 10 years. Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugit?
Thank you. If you will indulge me, I want to go a trip down memory lane. So the dream of community schools started in the early 2000s with 9 counties on vision. The Public Education Task Force worked on this. No, it is not unusual for United Way to be involved in this. As a matter of fact, the Public Education Task Force took a trip to the United Way in Cincinnati, where community schools was actually the role model that they looked for as they began to talk about bringing community schools to Knoxville. So it's been a long time coming. There are also community schools that are in partnership with the University of Tennessee. However, the largest network is through what became the Public Education Foundation, which then became Lead Knox and all the things. So it is an extremely important component to improving education within the city. It provides wraparound services, after-school tutoring, all the things that students need to strive and thrive. It is important. I am proud that this was established. I'm proud that it was going on when I was on the Board of Education. I'm proud that as chair of the Board of Education, I sat on the board of the group that was working on community schools. So the money has increased, the need has increased. I'm very pleased that we're back in all 14 schools and have a site coordinator. You're only as good as, you can only deliver the program if you have site coordinators that are engaged with the families, the educators, and the larger community to know what the community needs. So I wholeheartedly support this. I commend you for continuing the work. And the Education Foundation wanted to change its focus from program delivery to more programmatic research, and they went looking for a partner in the city who would take on the administration of this so we did not lose this valuable resource in the city. So thank you, United Way, for doing that, and I fully intend to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas and then Vice Mayor Roberto.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate kind of the holistic approach that you're taking, from the, I guess, more or less the mission statement. You talk about maximizing student learning, optimize individual and community health standards, create long-term supports that strengthen families and neighborhoods. And then the collaborative aspect of it is involving community constituents and the business sector and governmental entities. So that kind of umbrella approach, at least on paper. I don't vouch to know exactly how you're implementing it, but I haven't seen any red flags go off that you've been in the past abusing the money that we've sent you. But the holistic approach where it's all encompassing is much appreciated. And then just simply for the benefit of the folks in my district, and this is kind of following up on what Councilperson McKenzie said, this is just for the folks in my district. 3 of the 14 schools are included in this allocation that's in the 5th, and that's Christenberry Elementary, Lonsdale Elementary, and Norwood Elementary. So I fully intend to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ryerson, if we kind of zoom out and look at what this program is about, aren't we're really talking about removing barriers to student learning? Is that right?
Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. I think my wife even got confused when we started talking about this. She was like, "You're going to be a principal?" And I said, no, we're not in the business of academics, but we're in the business of supporting schools. So the way we kind of view it is schools are the pipeline for all of our children in this community. And what we want to be on the exterior of that is create an insulation and support system to really support the kids and families as they go through that pipeline. And that is done through over 200 different programs and nonprofit organizations in this community that we can really bring to bear.
Can you maybe highlight a few of those for us? Some of those ways that you're doing that. I know I took a tour of the community school at Lonsdale a few years back, and I was really impressed by it. And I just thought it might give you an opportunity here to highlight a few things.
Yeah, thank you. The partnership's often highlighted as and one of the most visible programs is after-school programming. So, the goal to be able to extend that day for those children in a safe and academically friendly environment that also gives parents, especially working parents that need that extra couple hours to finish their day and then pick up their children after work is a key element. But that's really probably one of the most visible. But, there's a sad reality that many of these schools, I dare say all of these schools, are in desperate need of increased access to mental health services. It is heartbreaking, some of the stories and the accessibility problems we have to mental health care in this community, and our mental health community is trying to meet the need, but post-pandemic, we've seen such an increased need. Those are 2 primary areas, but it goes to health, dental care, vision, after-school tutorial programs, before-school type programs. So it's really that insulation around the schools, really allowing our teachers to teach. Our teachers are far too often called to be case managers, therapists, whatever the families are needing to get that kid in that situation, get that kid the supports they need to be successful. This way we can use these coordinators to take that burden off the teacher and really invest in these families with the resources available.
Thank you so much. Thank you for what this program is doing for students, but also the access and the approach that you're dealing, which is supporting working families that really need that support as well. So thank you so much. I plan on supporting this.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11B is a resolution authorizing the mayor to file a grant application with the State of Tennessee, Department of the Military, and the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, and if approved, accept a grant in the amount of $150,000, which will reimburse the Knoxville, Knox County Emergency Management Agency budget for salaries and operating expenses for fiscal year 2024.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, Colin Ickes, the Director of KEMA, is here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for being here, Mr. Ickes. There's also two people signed up to speak on this item. Mr. George Habib is here to speak in favor of this item. Could please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak to item 11B.
Hi, my name is George Habib. I live at 4501 Tillery Road, formerly known as the Tanglewood Apartments, but currently the Rand at Tillery. I know that we asked before how many people among the crowds are renters, but I didn't really see any hands raised from this side of the podium, so I'm gonna ask it again. How many people here have rented in the past 5 years?
Mr. Habib, we tend to just focus on listening to your comments.
Yes, so if you'll let me finish, then I can tell you how this is pertinent to this, because this is kind of an emergency that's in your administration right now. So how many of y'all have been renters in the past 5 years? All right, I see one, maybe two hands, depending on the situation. How many people have been renters in the past year? All right, I only see one hand currently, and this is somebody that's sitting on the council, and this is somebody who's supposed to be making decisions for all the people who are here in the crowd. So definitely it is an emergency that renters are underrepresented among the people who are on the city council. So how am I to trust that y'all are going to do what you say you're going to do in this emergency, this housing crisis emergency, to make sure that everybody has affordable housing, to stop illegal evictions, to make sure that nobody is homeless as a result of this unaffordable housing? I think the emergencies just keep on compounding among themselves. So I do agree with you that this isn't exactly what is pertinent to the resolution, but I bring this up with this resolution because if you could pay attention to me, please, Mayor. I bring this resolution up because clearly you have the power to ask for money, you have the power to divert funds, you have the power to make sure that some emergencies, like the housing emergency, is solved. So I want to know what y'all all can do. And I'm going to pass it off to Seema because I want to hear your experience as a renter in this emergency of a situation.
You have 2.5 more minutes. If you wish to speak, Councilmember Singh can speak during the discussion as all council members can. So use as much of the time as you wish, or?
Yeah, I just want y'all to all consider this because I want you all to come up with your own solutions in response to Councilor Seema's perspective on this emergency
I
situation.
would like to respond to you.
Thank you.
So I still rent, but I'm in a very special position because I rent from family. If I did not, I would be in the same position, and I don't believe that I can ask my boss for a raise either. So I feel you guys, I think most people on council do. We need to we need to come up with more creative answers. There are limitations to what we can do, but we've got to figure out things that we can do. I think some of the work that we'll do on evictions will be helpful, and share ideas if you have it. Sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you. With the rest of my time, I just want to make sure that y'all are all considering what I said and that this is an emergency situation and that you have the ability to act And some of y'all are incumbents and going to be voted on in November. So I want to know how you are going to show up for your constituents that you expect to show up for you at the polls. This is true. Some of y'all could be recalled if you don't show up for your constituents how we're asking you to. We are here today en masse telling you that this is an emergency. So if you could please pay attention, Mayor Kincannon, because I'm telling you that this is an emergency that you have power to do something with, but what are you doing right now? I'm addressing you, Mayor Kincannon, and also everybody else who's on the council. What are those creative solutions that you can tell me today? I heard a lot about what y'all can't do, but I'm not hearing enough about what you can. Remember, we have some Boy Scouts who were here earlier. They're going to be growing up to be renters and voters. So what kind of example are you setting for them in terms of who's their leadership? Again, I'm asking y'all to consider this because you are not renters. So listen to the people who are renters in this current emergency. This has been years in the making, and what are you doing about it?
That concludes your time. Thank you.
I asked you a question.
The next person signed up to speak is Constance Every. Ms. Every, you have up to 5 minutes.
Constance Every, 37914, Knoxville. First off, as a veteran, my boy Brandon back there is a veteran too, there is no such thing as the Department of Military. It is the Department of Defense is what you're taking the contract to. More importantly, the $150,000, as it has been identified by George, I agree. There is great concern around the funding because let's not forget, an apartment got hit by a tornado and we did not see any resources or any funding or any assistance given to those community members. Instead, they were booted out their homes as well and put on the street too. So my concern is that this is why I told Knoxville we need a forensic audit because we need to see what $150,000 has actually been spent on. Just like we need to see what that $425,000 has been spent on. Because as far as I'm concerned, this looks like and smells like another type of funding that's going to bring more military surplus equipment into our police department's hands. Let's not forget, Indy rode around the city in a tank. Y'all forgot about the tank? I didn't forget about the tank. We also know from Thomas, when she was the police chief, she admitted that they were using the combat stimulator that we use to train on as Afghanistan and Iraqi training troops. I still cannot understand why KPD needs that type of training equipment. Let's not forget, Knox County Police Department has a Black Hawk. Again, what do you need that type of equipment for in America? So, Knoxville, I'm not convinced that this $150 is used for emergency needs because we have had a tornado. I have seen our streets flood. I have seen our lights go out when the wind blows too hard. I've seen power outages because our power grid is weak and we have not done any infrastructure to make that stronger to prevent when our lights go out because of a storm coming through our community. I mean, I'm being serious at this point, Knoxville. What do you spend the money on? Because you're not spending on affordable housing. You're not spending on homelessness. You're not spending on workforce and Black entrepreneurship development. You're not spending on the needs of our community like grocery stores and medical deserts and food deserts. You're not spending money on anything that is serving the need of our community, as George has highlighted, that has multiple emergencies and crises written across it. So I'm still trying to understand, Knoxville, what are you spending the taxpayer dollars on? And y'all taking this money on the next item from DOJ. We're going to talk about that too. So at this point, we need to get in contact with our federal administration, let them know that Knoxville needs a forensic audit dating back not just from India's two administrations, but going all the way back to Victor Ashe administration. Because to me, that's when it started being abuse of dollars. Because that's when your boy, what's his name? Remind me real quick, Rick Roach, what's his name? Bill Lyons, the ultimate corrupted individual who started this nonsense in our city in the first place. So again, Knoxville, pay attention how they spend the money, pay attention how they don't spend the money, and more importantly, question what they claim they spend the money on, because we don't see line item budgets to suffice or even support their narratives that they claim they spend the money for. And therefore, this is why we come up here, continue to challenge you all on how you claim you're budgeting our tax dollars and the need of us, the constituents, who pays these dollars in the first place. I yield my time.
Council members, that concludes people who signed up to speak to this item on 11B. Any questions or discussion? Councilmember McKenzie.
Yes, Mayor. I would just like to ask the Mr. Frost, just for a point of order, when people are signed up to speak to different agenda items, they may not be aware that we are here to listen to them, and the interaction piece has to come when we have our discussion. So if you don't mind, maybe just to clarify that, we don't want people to think that we're just not being participatory in what they're asking us, but that the point of order is that we're here only to listen.
That's correct. Councilmember McKenzie, it's the members of the public can come and speak on the items on the agenda, but it's not a give and take type of situation. If a member of council has a question like they did earlier for the people from the United Way, for example, that's appropriate. How, Mr. Holmes was asked questions earlier, how Mr. Ahrens was asked questions earlier. That's the standard protocol.
Thank you.
Councilmember Singh?
Thank you. Mr. Frost, this question is for you as well. But we can choose to answer.
Thank you.
Yes,
So there's no ban on a give and take.
there's no,
Answer and response.
if you as a member of council would like to answer, I believe that's your prerogative.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. 11C is a resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the contract with Henley Roofing Company for the arson investigation building re-roof project, increasing the contract amount by $5,000 for a new contract total of $176,318, and extending the completion date to September 30th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11D is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with Geocentric Consultants Incorporated to provide professional engineering services for the Loves Creek watershed study for an amount not to exceed $210,858, funded with the American Rescue Plan Act grant.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Someone signed up to speak in favor of this? I'm sorry. Mr. Roach. I apologize. I didn't see your name.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. A few years ago, just out of necessity, I got involved. I was a resident in the Williams Creek watershed. As a reminder, a long time ago, Tennessee Clean Water Network sued KUB because of the lack of community responsibility, and basically it was polluting and killing folk, which they'll never admit to, but pretty much that's what was happening, and degrading the quality of life, in particular within the Williams Creek watershed. We know this because eventually a consent decree was agreed to, and Williams Creek. Okay. By the way, I'm thoroughly in favor of the motion or resolution, whatever. Anything to repair some of the damage that are, I don't know what you call KUB other than a serial polluter, as we have seen. But anyway, within the Williams Creek watershed was in such bad shape, and that's a significant portion of East Knoxville. Significant portion. Runs from basically Magnolia. It would be actually the old headwaters of the creek are north of Magnolia. But anyway, it runs primarily through from now the headwaters are at MLK at Harrison and run all the way to the Tennessee River. But we were suffering greatly, unbeknownst to most of the people that live in that watershed, from all types of pollution. And at that time, Williams Creek was given its own appendix in the consent decree, because normally when you see something like a utility company get sued, the first thing they do is start negotiating for a consent decree, because they don't want to pay out the money to compensate the communities that they do harm to, because it would be in millions, in some cases billions of dollars. And that's where I first repeatedly heard the comments about environmental racism. That term came out repeatedly. But to show you how much concern there was, at least within the legal system, the civil legal system, the amount of money that was designated to help repair the damage done to the community within the watershed was only $167,000. That's it. That's all that predominantly black community was worth. So, I'm using this opportunity to vent because all these other topics that we've kind of been contentious on up to this point are about community control, okay? And the people that live within those communities to determine what potentially the quality of their life is going to look like. And let's be clear, Lauren, it ain't just about the money. Black folk get, and poor folk get taxed. Sales tax, that's the most regressive tax there is. And come on. It's about who controls the money and what programs are instituted, what the people say that they need. We still don't have, from Summit Road to the split of Magnolia, Asheville Highway and Rutledge Pike. It's a desert, food desert. It's a food desert. It's a food desert. That's community control. What has the city done to help bring in and stabilize the communities? I mean, program after program, millions of dollars gone somewhere. And most of the time it's other people's money. In other words, it's not city of Knoxville money. I mean, they end up being in control of it, but that's not the case where anything useful has been done. Just blow it. You blow it. And there's no accountability. No accountability. And it's got to stop. And you guys have not only the responsibility, you've got the power to do that. Period. So, Loves Creek is the watershed next to the Williams Creek watershed. Y'all take care of them with that $210,000. Take care of it. Do whatever you got to do. But just remember, it does no good if you're not taking care of your weakest link in the chain. That's as strong as this community will ever be.
Council, that concludes the people who spoke on this. I'm sorry I didn't see that before you took the vote. Perhaps for the sake of clarity, we'll just go back and have a motion and vote again. Councilmember Ryder, did you have a comment? Yeah, I didn't see that he had signed up, so I think we should redo it since I made a mistake. So, did you have a comment or a question?
I'd like to ask Mr. Clabo a question.
Mr. Clabo.
Hi, Mr. Clabo. There's a letter here in regards to this funding request from Geosyntec Consultants in the packet addressed to Mr. McGinley, but I'm guessing that you're answering the questions tonight. So it talks about the flooding events and the dye tests that have already been conducted, and that this particular funding is for additional data collection for mitigation of flooding in the areas of Chilhowie and the warehouses behind there and some other areas. So what type of data and what type of projects might result from this expense?
So this area is unique in that most of the drainage is through karst topography, so it's sinkholes. So they'll be looking at those areas along Prosser Road, Chilhowie Lake Odyssey, near the Knoxville Zoo, near the Mullins Warehouse, north of the interstate. There's a multitude of sinkholes that connect, that drain back towards the Loves Creek Road. And so the bulk of the work will be, we'll also look at existing studies that have been done. There's been numerous studies that have been done out there, but they'll also be doing surveying. A lot of drainage that's related to sinkhole activity is based on volume. So it's a matter of how much water you can store and then how quickly that drains through the karst topography. So it's a very
Okay.
complicated.
So with recent flooding, the sinkholes haven't drained things fast enough for the volume of water. Is
That's
that a fair
correct.
statement?
That's correct.
Okay. So with this particular expense, are we looking for additional ways to improve infrastructure beyond the sinkholes?
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay, so that's what we hope to get out of this
Right.
expense. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, I'd like to see if my fellow council members would like to take a break. I think we have a lot of people signed up for public forum.
So, okay, let's reconvene at 8:15. We'll take a brief recess. Okay, this meeting is back to order. Go ahead, Ms. Hopper.
11E is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to apply for and accept a grant award of $632,355 with no local match from the United States Department of Justice Office.
I think it's working.
Oh, okay. Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention for continued funding of the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there's one person signed up to speak, Ms. Every. It's item 11E.
I'm going to run them down all night. Hit that red button. All right, Constance Every, 37914, Knoxville, Tennessee. This is a comical line item to me because, first off, the irony is that F underneath is going to address violence interruption. And this one is talking about crime prevention against children. But if we're not going to address the issues around the crimes of our children, what they're really facing, which is the gun violence particularly that is occurring when you look at internet, is the bullying side of the conversation. That's where the internet bullying is happening that unfortunately we have seen some of these incidents build off of. And so I'm trying to understand why we need $632,000 and some change, particularly from the Department of Justice, to address the bullying. Because I thought we already had a crime cyber network or something like that up and running. And then the other part is what exactly does this Internet Crime Task Force entail? Because the biggest concern we have when we see this kind of funding is surveillance. Are you all going to be on the internet surveillancing children? Are you going to be on the internet surveillancing people in general? Are you going to actually be addressing the concerns of crime that supposedly is occurring on the internet towards children? Because there's bullying. Then the other big one I know that we're dealing with when you talk about children on the internet is the pedophilia, sexual predators using the internet as a way to prowl on our children. And so I just want to, again, see more of a transparency on the initiative, exactly what is KPD goals behind this particular initiative, and more importantly, how is it going to apply in real time? And then the other concern is that who are you partnership on this particular initiative? Because to me, this is where LaKenya Middlebrook comes in, because this is one of her primary areas as well, which is helping to focus on our youth and the different concerns and issues that we're seeing in our youth of our particular community in Knoxville. And I guess that's the other question. Is this limited to just Knoxville's youth? Is this going to be expanded across the Tennessee youth? Is this going to be in collaboration with fellow police departments like Chattanooga, Nashville, and Memphis? I'm just really trying to to understand why we're needing so much funding from the Department of Justice to address something that technically, as I stand corrected or not corrected, that we technically already have some type of design occurring. And like I said before, the key center here is the surveillance piece. I don't want my nieces and nephews being surveillanced by KPD while they're on their social media. I don't want KPD collecting vital information about my nephew and like his name, his age, his address, and those type of personal things that really should be cleared by his mother or his father first for any type of police permission to access. And then more importantly, like I said before, is this going to spill over into the adult side where like my nephew and you all can go through my nephew profile to now surveillance me too. So the real concern is, once again, what is this for? More transparency on how we're going to use it. And of course, a budget line item, because $632,000 is a lot of money. And I'm just really trying to understand in 2023, where technology is our future. It is here. We're not going to deny that. We have the existence of this every day, all day. And so unless there's some type of major upgrade that's going to occur that will suffice this type of spending, then what are you spending the money on exactly, Paul? That's really for you to answer at this point, because I'm not understanding why you need this amount of funding when we just gave violence interruption $1 million. I know that in a previous meeting back in July for the new violence interruption program, we gave several $100,000, and now we're giving more money. So at this point, we can say in the last, 3 or 4 months, we got KPD combined with the violence interruption altogether, roughly a few $1 million at this point that's supposedly supposed to help our children, yet every day you are seeing some type of violence happening amongst the children. So then the next question is, where's your proactiveness? Where's your preventive measures? Where is the real enticement to show that you deserve this type of funding, particularly, especially when we still have not addressed things like Miss Bell, when we have not dealt with Lisa Edwards, we have not dealt with Anthony Thompson Jr., we have not even dealt with Philly Felt. You know, it's shameful to find out that Dylan Williams this whole time has been accused of a murder, and now he's a detective of homicide. Help me understand that narrative, Knoxville. How does that work out? But you know what? Don't worry about it, because y'all got a lot of killers on KPD police force that still work there, and y'all can't even explain why that's happening as well either. So in our reality, again, Knoxville, pay attention to how they spend their money, pay attention to what they're claiming to spend the money on, and more importantly, pay attention to the rollout and what it really actually occurred with this so-called funding that they claim they spent it on versus what we actually seen them spend it on. I yield my time.
Council members, that concludes the people signed up to speak to item 11E. Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Noel, could you talk to us a little bit about the Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force?
I'll be happy to. This is something that, as citizens of Knoxville, we all should be very, very proud of. For about 25 years, the Knoxville Police Department has acted as the lead agency for the entire state of Tennessee for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. And these efforts now, we have partnered with 64 different agencies within the state of Tennessee, and we're the lead entity. We manage all this money. Currently, right now, across the country, the US DOJ provides funding for 61 different task forces like this, and that money is used to investigate crimes against children, specifically sexual predators online who are targeting our kids across this country. Right now, we're averaging about 800 tips a month, and I'll say that again, 800 tips a month that are coming in to our task force throughout the state involving sexual predators, and this money is used for computer equipment, supplies, travel, and training for investigators for our entire task force across the state to keep our kids safe.
Thank you so much. And if we didn't have this type of funding and we weren't able to have this task force operating here, it would be a detriment to children that are being abused here and across the state and across the country. Is that right?
There's no doubt.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11F is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a sub-recipient agreement with the Alcoa Police Department to award an amount not to exceed $25,000 pursuant to a grant from the Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs under the Violent Crime Intervention Fund collaboration to pay for firearms training and to purchase a dual-purpose trained canine that will be used to detect and deter violent criminal crime offenses.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there are 3 people signed up to speak in opposition to this. Ms. Sparks, Mr. Roach, and Ms. Every. Ms. Sparks, you're first. Tina Sparks, are you present? Is Ms. Sparks here?
She's here.
Okay.
Give her a few seconds. She's an old lady. My bad. I'm just gonna give you some respect on here.
Ms. Sparks, if you could state your name and address for the record, you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Tina Sparks, 37917, Knoxville. Okay, so a lot has happened since I spoke with you all last, but some things never change. I am not going to embarrass anyone by calling out their name. You will know if you are looking at me and listening to me just as well as I will and all these folk out here. Now, Mr. Frost told us, gave us a point, thank you, Seema, that this is not a question and answer time. That, correct, yes. But it does not hurt anybody to have the good graces, the good manners, to look at somebody when they're talking to you. I've said this to y'all so many times, and I'm going to keep saying it every time I come up here. Now, let me get back to what I came up here to talk about, and that is the $25,000 that you all are wanting to share with Alcoa for a dog, a canine dog. Now, I'm going to say this. Y'all don't need to be, Chief Noel, now I know you're going to say you weren't here. I know you weren't here, but you have heard the name here tonight several times, Philly Feep. You were up in Greenville this week in support of homicide detective Dylan Williams. And he's a canine officer, or he was a canine officer. Here's the thing. Y'all don't need to be training another police department how to use their canine dogs until you have trained your own officers how to use their canine dogs. Mr. Feep, it doesn't matter what he did, what he didn't do. He was murdered. He was shot in the back. Just like Anthony Thompson Jr., and yes, I'm going to say his name, and I won't ever stop saying his name. So here's the thing. This is supposed to be a really good thing to share police, communities, to, and our governor, I want to read this very quickly before I forget, because I am an old lady and we forget. Let's see, where are you, Governor Lee? Unprecedented times call for unprecedented support, Lee said in a press release. Tennessee is equipping law enforcement with the tools needed to keep every community safe. Okay, that's all well and good. But if you're not going to follow your own training, if you're not going to do what you're supposed to do, now I'm going to go off on another tangent here. I'm going to say another name. I've got to say it. Micah Clabo, the young man who drowned while KPD, now you were here, this was just last year. So you know about those 4 officers plus EMTs who stood by and let that young man drown. And all I got from you was here, I read this, that there are, the police department has no strategies for water rescue. Well, y'all better get some training on that. How many of these Boy Scouts were here, take life-saving courses, would have dove into that water to save that man? How many of those 4 officers were they not did they not have some kind of training? They could have took it upon themselves, if nothing else. They didn't have to have training to save a life. Look at me, Chief Noel. I can't do this much longer, y'all. Y'all are gonna have to straighten up and get it right. I'm gonna keep coming up here and fussing at y'all. You better believe I am.
Ms. Sparks, your 5 minutes are up.
A lot of other people are
Next person signed up to speak is Rick, Mr. Roach.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. I had the, as it turns out, dishonor Wednesday of spending a day in the federal district court, civil court. And we got there that morning, there was an expert witness that the Peak family had called in to testify on their behalf. And, you know, I focused on this expert witness, PhD, law enforcement, criminology, just as the city and Dylan Williams' defense team had utilized expert witnesses, but what they did was ramble a lot, to be honest with you, because I listened to 2 of them, and they talked about everything but what the situation was. And the question is, did Dylan Williams, and by the way, because Dylan Williams was a K-9 officer at the time that he took Kenara Peep's life, this goes into it. I would love for Chief to explain the $25,000 grant program to the Alcoa City Police for a K-9 training, and why is it that the city of Alcoa cannot afford to initiate its own training program? Or do, like I know has been done before, because my son was a K-9 officer with UTPD, do collaborative training without, he never mentioned having to get grants or they had to do all this other kind of stuff. They just went wherever they went, out in the county or whatever, and they did their training, or go to Anderson County or somewhere, okay? But you can explain that, Chief. I hope you will. But I'm gonna vent again about Dylan Williams, because the expert witness for the Peak family went down the line on questioning and said, Dylan Williams didn't do anything correct. Nothing. That it went against normal training that he would have had in his apprehension and engagement with Mr. Peak. Okay? And I'm gonna go back to when the mayor was running for office, October 2019. She shows up at the park meeting. we had questions about why Dylan Williams was allowed to make a public statement in the newspaper through his lawyer at the time. Was allowed to do that. Was there no procedure for this man to just keep his mouth shut until we determined whether or not there was going to be any adjudication of his situation? No, he was allowed to talk about his guilt or innocence, and he professed his innocence. Wow. Nothing was said. Now I asked that question of then Chief Thomas, and I was told freedom of speech, First Amendment right. Wow. Well, I'm going to say it again. Mr. Feet didn't have that chance because he was dead and is dead and unable to speak. So, why do we continue to do these things? And the $25,000 grant, that's not the point. That truly isn't the point. The point is the relationships and the support that we give to our law enforcement agencies to continue to suppress particular communities, to harass particular communities. And we keep saying it's okay. It's okay. And at some point in time, we got to figure this one out. We really do have to figure this one out because there's too many people's lives depending on it. Okay? Too many people's lives. Good. We went through the whole thing with Anthony Thompson Jr. Say his name.
Anthony Thompson Jr.
We went through it with Robert Bailey.
Robert Bailey.
No accountability. Okay? It really isn't about the money. It's about people's lives. And we need to
Thank you, Mr.
figure
Roach.
this one out.
Next person signed up is Ms. Every.
Yeah, Rick and Gainey done hit it on the head. This is silliness at its finest form. When I see this, I think about Atlanta's Cop City, because that's the future, right? These police departments are going to start cross-training each other and definitely going to be down there in Atlanta at that training facility as if they're preparing for modern warfare in our American streets. That doesn't even exist, to be honest. Because the only people that are the real threat in our community are you all. The police are the threats. I don't know if y'all heard about Chattanooga recently. They done killed 2 people down there. A black man at a gas station, and then a kid. Howard High School, another black school, has had to suffer what we have suffered here at Austin East High School with Anthony. And so at this point, $25,000 for a dog. That's the kicker, a dog. You know how many homeless people y'all can help with that same $25,000 right now? I'm sure there's plenty at this point. You know how many community land trusts we could probably purchase right now? I'm sure a few of them right now. You know how many grocery stores we could probably bring into East Knoxville, North Knoxville, and even some of the South Knoxville area right now? Quite a few. And the irony is that y'all want to continue, as I've been saying for the longest, give a police department that has shown zero credibility. So let me guess, who's going to be the training officer? Is it going to be Scott Kofi, who killed Andre Stinson? How about Stanley Cash and Jonathan Claiborne, who killed Anthony Thompson Jr.? I can't think of the cop who killed Sierra McCullough. What about him, that veteran cop? Is it going to be him? Hold on, let me think of my other favorite one. There's a few of them out there. Oh, Thomas Turner, the one that has racial profiling history in 2016 and in 2018. Is it going to be that guy? I'm just trying to figure out who qualifies in KPD to even give the training in the first place. How about you, Paul Noel, from the most corrupted police department in America? What you going to teach me that you learned in New Orleans? I'm dying to know. Please help us understand. Hey, Knoxville, let me give you another kicker how they waste our money. A few years ago, they gave the fire department $150,000+ to buy bulletproof vests. Let me ask you, Fire Chief, how many bullets have you had to dodge to date with those bulletproof vests? I'm dying. How many times have you actually used those vests to date? Probably none. And you know, the kicker is we had this man drown in the lake, but we gave $150,000 to the emergency team. Where were they at when he was drowning in the lake? Oh, I guess we don't have a dispatch service for that. That's why we try to introduce HART, who might have brought some type of crisis response for such things in the first place. So again, I can't begin to phantom the 9,000 that voted for India over me. I've been serious. Where are you, 9,000? Where are you at right now? Because we need some answers from you as a voter at this point. Do you see what you are doing to our city? Do you see what you are validating? Do you see what you are confirming? You are confirming that, as Rick Rose said before, that certain demographics and certain economical social status people do not deserve the same equitable and quality of treatment under the law. You have said that it is okay that if black children with guns are in schools, they can be murdered. But when we have white children with guns in school, we're going to do everything in our power to save their lives. And so again, Knoxville, what is your messaging? What are you really saying out loud to the public? Because all I'm getting at this point is that racism and Jim Crow is rampant in Knoxville. And more importantly, it is the true authority of this city. And so again, tax taxpayers, again, voters, again, renters, again, marginalized and under-resourced people, pay attention, because there is a truth that someone said up here tonight, and that is that in 1 year, we can recall vote everybody that was elected this year. Ms. Parker, you don't worry about anything. We're going to keep you. Matter of fact, we might try to make you president in the near future. But everybody else, you are put on notice, because as long as you continue to ignore us, as long as you continue to let them be violent, as long as you continue to act like you don't hear us when we're standing at this podium talking to you, we will continue to bring the pressure. We will continue to organize. That's the kicker. This is called organizing. So we're going to continue to organize against this city, and we're going to continue to show up and make our voices heard. And more importantly, when the time comes when we can make a change at the ballot, we will show up in numbers. I yield my time.
Council members, that concludes people signed up to speak to item 11F. Vice Mayor Roberto.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Noel, could you talk to us a little bit about this item? It looks to me like there was an application made for a grant that included multiple jurisdictions, one of them being Alcoa. And are we actually funding this project, or is this a pass-through where we were the applicant and we're told by the grant funder who to send the money to? Could you explain this to us?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So this is a grant proposal from the state of Tennessee a while back, the Violent Crime Intervention Fund. There were two grants with that. One was a formula-based grant that we got money based upon the size, the population of the city of Knoxville. We were awarded money. We got that money just because of our population. The second one was a competitive grant, and the title of that competitive grant was the Collaborative Enhancement Grant. And one of the key components of that was we had to collaborate with other local law enforcement entities. If we did not collaborate with other agencies, we would not be eligible for the grant. We collaborated with Alcoa, Maryville, Oak Ridge, and the Knox County Sheriff's Office, and we were awarded approximately $2 million for that grant. A portion of that will be passed on to those other agencies that we collaborated with to apply. Alcoa was the first entity to submit a spending plan, and what they're asking for with this grant is to purchase a dual-purpose canine dog. That's a dog that's already been trained for about $16,000, about $500 in related equipment, and also $8,500 to send a criminal investigator to the University of Tennessee's National Forensic Academy. So that money will pass through us from the state of Tennessee to the city of Alcoa.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, could you help us understand what is meant by a trained canine and a kennel that will be used as part of crime intervention strategies?
So it's a dual-purpose canine dog. The dog that they're seeking to purchase will be an apprehension dog and will also be a narcotics detection dog as well. The $500, I believe, is for some type of dog cage and other type of equipment to go along with that.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next item.
11G is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement leasing with New Hope Community Center to the Emerald Youth Foundation for a base term of 5 years with 2 one-year renewal options.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, we have one person who signed up to speak against this item, Mr. Roach.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. A few years ago, you were on Board of Education. And one of the items that was on the agenda that day, it wouldn't call it what it was. It's called, this is a way for Knox County to give land to Emerald Youth Foundation. In fact, when I went in and signed up on the agenda to speak against it, Emerald Youth wasn't mentioned. It was a question about between the city and the county, because David Bray spoke at the same time and tried to convince me that this was going to be a great thing and everything else. Well, I had enough background information at that time to know that it eventually was going to lead to basically a charter school establishment. And that's what we've got. You gave the property surrounding and connected to, and you told me it had nothing to do with a charter school. That's what you told me. You're on record. So, you took all that property from a predominantly black community, transitioning to a Spanish-speaking community, okay? And you brought Emerald Youth in to do it. And I'm against this for New Hope because I'm kind of right around the corner from it, and we've already got bad vibes from the East Knoxville establishment that Emerald Youth controls. And we have already got, with great benefactors, the Lonsdale facility. That's right. Okay? Just as a point of emphasis, Emerald Youth really doesn't have a great record, whether it's the education angle on it or just allowing community access. Multiple complaints at the East Knoxville establishment that they've controlled, where they've been excluded from utilizing the building. They came up with all these rules, and the primary benefactors of that facility are the Emerald Youth swim team, the pool. But the community doesn't have community hours to access the pool. Multiple complaints about it. Maybe, Cheryl, if you could speak to this eventually, if they'll call you up. So now we've got New Hope. You're going to give them a lease agreement? Let's spell out some details. Let's talk money. Let's see if it's going to be like the Lonsdale, where you gave them property. You gave them a school building, an early learning center, indeed, at that time. And you had Lonsdale Elementary overflowing, overcrowded. And you all were, well, not you all, the county was debating to whether or not to build a new Lonsdale Elementary. And there was a temporary adjustment. Maybe I think they used maybe 1 or 2 classrooms for some of the overcrowding for kindergarten and first grade. Okay? But somehow we've gotten into this thing now where we're going to privatize our public education system. And we're going to privatize public property and just give it to this organization which has a poor track record. A discriminatory track record. Yes. Come on, people. We can do better. We can do better. First, don't approve this. Table it if you have to. Do some homework. Break the mold. You might find out that this is something that is not good, because you're only doing this in low income to middle income communities. Well, and poor white folk, let's just, hard-working white folk, working communities, working class communities. But you're just giving away public facilities, giving the control over. And we can't continue to do this. I'm sorry.
Council members, that concludes the people who signed up to speak to this. There is someone here from Emerald if you have questions. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an issue of particular importance to me as well as someone who benefited from programs at city-run community centers when I was growing up, and then to see those centers taken over by a nonprofit who may charge a fee, who may use it and limit the use of the community. It concerns me. And so I have several questions. My first question is for the city, and I'd like to have a better understanding of why the city has chosen to issue a request for proposals to lease out the New Hope Community Center.
Councilmember Parker, I'd like to ask Cheryl Ely, our Director of Parks and Rec, to come up and help answer that question. Ms. Ely?
Cheryl Ely, Director of Parks and Recreation. The reason we went out for the RFP is that historically what we've had in a long time is that in that neighborhood, we had a small center. It's one of our smallest centers in the city. And as we were there, we realized we had people staffing it, but people weren't coming. And as we started to look at that, we were basically realized that we could utilize our existing people. We have 48 people in our department. Most of them are within centers, is to be able to give that opportunity to someone else. It's kind of like the same thing we did with Charter Dual, is that we had the same opportunity, but we were not staffing, we were staffing it and people weren't coming. And so to be able to give it to a nonprofit that could benefit from that process is what we did.
Gotcha. I wonder if we jumped to that conclusion too quickly, because what I'm hearing in the community is a lack of community space for them to be able to carry out programs for youth that nonprofits are running. They're telling me they're not able to use city-run community centers because of whatever reason they're being told. And so I wonder if we have put some sort of policy in place over the last few years that has deterred people from using these community centers, and perhaps they don't see them as available to the community. That would be one of my guesses. Either way, I imagine this is going forward, but I just cannot support it because, especially in this period of time in our city, we need accessible public spaces that people can access without having to pay for it, and to move in the direction of relinquishing responsibility for these spaces, stepping away from working to get more people into the building rather than turn it over to a nonprofit who is celebrated by some in our community, but not made welcome by others in our community. I think is very concerning. I would even say shocking, except we continue to have things come before us during a period of time where our city's still recovering, still dealing with COVID-19, still dealing with inflation, still dealing with the housing crisis, affordability crisis, that we are limiting the resources we have available to lower income individuals in our community. That is shocking to me. So I'm not able to support this. I absolutely hear your reasoning behind it, but I would say, that's just not what we need at this time and what our community needs, and we would, I believe, need to recommit ourselves to these community spaces rather than giving them over, is where I'm at. Thank you.
Council, just a point of information, the reason we were doing this is to actually allow more kids and family members to take advantage of this space. Mr. Brace, could you speak a little bit to how this will improve access for families in North Knoxville and beyond, maybe?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. I think it's important. David Brace, Chief of Staff to Mayor Kincannon. And so I do think the context is important. And so our Parks and Recreation Department has partnerships throughout the city, how can we best meet growing needs, more youth, more adults, more seniors, more everyone? How do we do that in a creative way? And so this is one example, our partnership with Emerald Youth Foundation. I think we have partnered with Emerald throughout the city, just like we've had partnerships with many other youth-serving organizations. You know, the partnership in Lonsdale, that property was actually purchased for sale at fair market value, and that partnership was put together along with the new school and multiple partners. IAMS Nature Center is another great example where IAMS is its own entity, and they essentially run a large outdoor education learning facility, and so the city and IAMS work together to meet the needs of the community in South Knoxville. The Chancellor Y in East Knoxville and the YMCA, that's another great partnership of adding resources to the community. And so these partnerships are throughout the city, and they're really done in a way to help us connect with more youth, not only through our staff, but oftentimes taking our resources like buildings and land, where we can also have our partners connect with youth and other residents in the city.
Councilmember Ryder?
Yeah, Miss Ely, I have a question. The Milton Roberts Rec Center, that's a program that's run by the city recreation staff. The Milton Roberts Rec Center, that's run by city staff.
Yes, ma'am.
How much does that cost for children to attend that program?
After-school programming is free, and summer camp is $20.
Okay, so the kids that enroll in the after-school program, it's $0. And how many kids do we take there?
Anywhere between 40 and 50.
Okay. So is there someone here from, and then real quick before I ask somebody from Emerald Youth, I don't know who's here. Is there someone
Ms. Shoup.
from Emerald Youth? Yeah.
Ms. Shoup is here.
How long has Emerald Youth been using the New Hope Center that's right off Cecil, the one that we're up for vote? Because this is not the first time we've voted on this.
7 years. 7 years.
7 years, so this is not post-COVID. Okay, thank you. So how much does it cost for the kids to use the program at the New Hope Center? How many kids use it? What are the activities?
So we're proposing in this go-around that we would be using it for our baseball, wrestling, basketball. And so it depends on the activity as to how much it costs. But a lot of times, like our baseball team is $35. So they can utilize the inside for a pitching and hitting area, which is included in that fee for them. If we have an open gym, that would be free. So it just depends on the activity.
What
but
are
it's
the
very
hours for the
nominal.
open gym?
It would be just dependent upon when we set it. So it would be different days across the week, across the season. So we're working on a schedule of we would do baseball so many months out of the year, basketball so many months out of the year, and then we would advertise all of that in the community for people to come to.
How are you guys using it under the previous leases?
Previous leases, we did do some open gyms. We did some MCA came in and utilized the space for free. We've had a dance group come and practice there that was not we just let them come in. We've had cheerleading. We've done some rentals. We've had birthday parties. And so a lot of different ways.
Okay, thank you.
Council members, just as a reminder, you all have approved budgets that do tremendous amount of renovations and rec centers throughout the city, including many in low-income parts of town. Cal Johnson Rec Center, multi-million-dollar renovation, solar panels on the roofs, community kitchen, a really wonderful facility. Milton Roberts was recently upgraded in a really beautiful new facility, and I think it has air conditioning for the first time. Also under renovation right now, Cecil Webb Rec Center, doing some renovations there as well. So just wanted to, as a point of information, remind you of the investments you've made in the rec centers and other community spaces throughout our city. Ms. Parker.
I just wanted to point out that in our agreement, it does provide that the Emerald Youth Foundation may provide or rent time at the New Hope Community Center. and that there are hours that are included in here, 5:30 to 9, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The way I read this agreement is that if Emerald Youth has programming, they are very much authorized to carry out their programming and to not have it be, New Hope be open to the community. There's nothing in here that requires there to be a certain amount of time allotted for free community events or, there's nothing. They would be the leaseholder and pretty much control this building. And to Councilwoman Ryder's point, I am absolutely not saying that the unfortunate decisions being made regarding public resources in low-income communities began in the last 4 years. Oh, it's been happening. That rec center that I spoke of, where I learned how to swim, that was turned over 15 years ago or so. That was a long time ago. But it's something that we're continuing. We're not building new community rec centers to replace these that then get switched over. And of course, there's the infamous conversation that took place early in my first term about swimming pools, when it just seemed like city staff were anxious to inventory our public swimming pools and question whether we needed public swimming pools. A very unfortunate conversation. So I'm just concerned about the trends that I'm seeing, and I think that we need to be doing more in low-income communities and not turning that responsibility over to, especially, turning it over to outside entities, but especially those who are not necessarily neutral parties, where everyone in the community can go and feel like this is a space for them. And that's what public spaces do. We have to understand there's a difference between public spaces and spaces run by religious institutions. That's right. That's right. So that's my concern.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 8-1. Next item.
11H is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an amendment to the agreement with Gulf South Security of Knoxville LLC, doing business as Signal 88 Security, to provide security services for parks and recreation facilities for an additional one-year term to increase the monthly contract price by $1,066.17 and making other miscellaneous amendments.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
11I is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute any and all documents necessary to apply for and, if awarded, accept a Solar for All program grant from the United States Environmental Protection Agency for an amount up to $25 million with no local match required to develop various energy-efficient strategies to support greenhouse gas-reducing projects throughout the Knoxville community.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded. There's one person signed up to speak on this, Mr. Roach.
Rick Roach, Knoxville. Office of Sustainability should have, well, I hate using that. You would think that after everything that the city of Knoxville has gone through over the last 25 years, in terms of livability in particular communities, that, again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier about you're only as strong, basically you're only as strong as your weakest link in the chain. And Knoxville is $25 million. Okay? Yeah, no local match, good. That money's just flowing in. You're not going to even have any type of community input, collaborative input on how that 25 million, I guarantee you, you're not going to have it. If you stick to the track record, if you do what you've always done, okay? Now, maybe you all will do that whole inside relationship thing where you've got now Aaron Gill as the vice president of KUB will consult with the city of Knoxville and TVA to figure out how to not serve the people in terms of a solar program where a property owner has the option of not selling the power that they generate, which is freely sourced. They don't have to sell it back to KUB. They can figure out how to technically generate or distribute that energy if they so want to. Now, I don't know, there may be some laws that would kind of restrict that a little bit. However, I don't think so. So, $25 million, it's only going to benefit the utility company, KUB. It's going to help solidly establish TVA as whatever, depends on what time of the year you talk to anyone there, whether or not they're a public entity or a private entity. Okay? That's how they operate. And KUB will continue to not be responsive to the needs of the people because they'll be disconnecting people's services because their utility bills will be so high. They won't do any retrofitting, weatherization, or anything like that to help people lower their utility bill. Those things won't happen. They won't happen. Because the track record says it won't happen. Because we're trending to where you're having two different worlds, okay? Those that can and those that can't. And I like saying can't because it gets to the crust of the biscuit. So you all need to figure out whether it's other folks' money, $25 million, or whether it's a commitment from the city just by itself to do the right thing and support the citizens of Knoxville, Tennessee, and make it a city that truly people, when they get here, they don't have to worry about can they afford to live here. Because we're bringing them in. And I've watched people damn near have a heart attack because they can't afford the rent. It's up to y'all. I mean, do the right thing.
Council concludes the people signed up to speak to item 12I. Brian Blackman's here if you have any questions. Councilmember Testerman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like for Mr. Blackman to come up and explain sort of the newly developed structure of this grant, in that my understanding that it is now being applied for at the state level, and kind of back to that collaboration piece of that $25 million, if awarded, would not be funneling straight into Knoxville, that it would be dispersed across the entire communities across the entire state, correct?
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And just a couple that, and if awarded, we don't know at this point how much that would be, but based on how much that would be, if you could kind of elaborate on at that point, then how it's determined how those dollars would be used.
Yeah, certainly. Brian Blackman, Director of Sustainability for the City of Knoxville. So we, as you council know, we have to put these grant requests in typically very early. So I know that you didn't get a lot of detail on the front end, but since some clarification recently. This is part of a state application. So TDEC is actually the prime applicant here. It is a statewide grant. The way that the federal dollars are structured, they essentially set up a reserve amount of one allocation per state. And then they set some for the big MSAs, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, et cetera. So we went in together, we being the state, combined with Knoxville, Chattanooga, Nashville, Memphis. We are all working on the TDEC application. What you're looking at on that $25 million ask, we know that it would be a more competitive grant to have some sort of cost share associated with the grant. I do not want to support that passing down to low-income individuals. We are advocating and proposing a solution that would cover 100% of the upfront cost of any solar that would go in. And the grant itself from EPA requires a benefit, a minimum 20% equivalent utility savings or financial benefit to go to the people that receive the service. So it's really intended to reduce utility bills for low-income individuals and disadvantaged communities, and kind of bottom line. So to meet that cost share, we're offering basically to be a local project partner. So we would be a pass-through entity for projects that would fit within the state grant. And that state grant will be much larger than $25 million because it's going to cover the entirety of the state. The final dollar amount is not identified.
Thank you very much for that.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Seeing no other questions or comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
12A is an ordinance to amend the Knoxville City Code, Chapter 2, Article 10, to ensure the continued compliance of the Police Advisory and Review Committee with recent revisions to state law.
Move to approve.
Motion made to approve and seconded. Council members, there's two people signed up to speak on this item, Mr. Roach and Ms. Every. Mr. Roach, you're first. So, is she speaking?
Ordinance on first reading, amend the city code so it complies, I guess, with state law for the Police Advisory and Review Committee, the recent revisions that the state has done. Can we have a discussion? And I'd really like to know what the council envisions for park. It's okay, people. We can exchange. Educate us. Educate the people from the city of Knoxville as to what the Police Advisory and Review Committee does and can't do, according to the revisions that the state has recently voted on and passed. Can we do that? Because some people would really like to know and understand. You know, it's not about perception. It's about what the law, how the law, state law restricts. Okay? Because I'll just say it, I'm a proponent of citizen control of law enforcement. Or at least have a mechanism. We need a police commissioner. We need a buffer for the people. What would that look like? And then how might that affect a advisory and review committee for the city of Knoxville? I mean, right now, park is, all they can do is review. That's it's in the name. They review. There's not much advice going on effectively. And I love Jared Kroom. He's doing a good job under the circumstances. But we need to deal with that. That's a debate that we need to have, Virginia. We do. about what kind of citizen control we have over our police department. And hopefully, sincerely have those conversations with the idea that we can't keep things the way they are. Because it's too late when people have to come before Park with their complaints. To be honest with you, I thought if the police department had been a little bit more publicly in tune, that I wouldn't have to say, hey, we need citizen control, okay? But to be honest with you, that first and only meeting that Brooklyn Belk attended as assistant chief, we warned her what she was going to run into and the type of community response that she might encounter. Well, we also warned her about what might happen internally. And by golly, it did. It happened. Okay? So, speak to it if you want. It is what it is. State law, you have to comply. I understand all that. Okay? But we also need to be thinking in terms of finding a way to maneuver around state law so that we don't have to have two different stories when your assistant chief is threatened. That's right. When there are complaints from your officers in the police department, and there are complaints coming from the public about how they're treated by your officers, and there's no accountability. Truly, sometimes if you look at the record, if you look at, the cases that are reviewed, there's a disciplinary thing here and there, but the problem is, overall, when it really gets to crunch time, nobody stands up and becomes accountable at all. And we lose good talent. We lose good people. And that's a problem, because then that affects everybody else's safety. Oh, by the way, there are wonderful people in the police department who
Mr.
work
Roach,
hard.
that's your 5 minutes. Next person is Ms. Every.
All right, Knoxville, this is my last rundown of the night. This is it. Here it is. So, voters, let's talk about how we got here. Thank you, Elaine Davis, state representative, because she was the leader on this initiative being passed on the state legislature. And guess who she represents? That's a Knoxville representation. So, let's talk about the good old boy and how they played the long game. The long game. Park was an innovative approach led by Knoxville in America. After the murder of Andre Stinson, thank you, Scott Kofi, that guy, he still works for KPD today, by the way. They established through Miss Dingus, Rick Roach, Dewey Roberts, remind me if I'm leaving out any of the people. These were some of the prime people who collectively came together and called for a community public oversight. It was the first of its kind. And it was like, wow, we are really moving in the direction of progressiveness to start holding some type of accountability over the police department. Now, the kicker is the good old boys never liked that. The back the blue boys, the pro-police people, and they play the long game. They said, let it go on and pass. Because what we'll do, we'll wait 20, even 30, even 50 years if we have to, down the road to when we have the majority of the legislation, the majority of the Senate, and we can establish a supermajority, and we'll come back and we'll gut this policy like we've done so many others. And so this is why voters, it matters. It does matter how you vote every single time, local, state, and federal. Now, the kicker is Park, in reality, has never really done its job. We've never seen a true police public oversight. We have seen incidents occur. The public creates outcry. Whoever's the director at that time, right now it's Jared, but there's been many others before him who will come in, then do these things that we've told you attended park. You know, they'll give the police report. How many misconduct reports? How many investigations done by internal affairs? How many were found to be sustained or not sustained? And then we'll get this slap on the wrist narrative of what was the reprimanded or reapproaching action. However, when I look at Knoxville and I still see murderers sitting on the force, that lets me know that Park has never been doing its job. But you know, again, if we were serious about Park and in general, we would empower Park ourselves without the state legislator input or not, because all we had to do was do what? Establish a Title VI office. To date, we don't have one. We have a skeleton structure of one, but an actual Title VI office is a federal entity. It comes from the work of Martin Luther King and those type of folks who made sure we had those type of protections. So when I don't see that in Knoxville, I know I've ripped Knoxville. You were never concerned about the protection of our community, and you were always concerned about backing the blue instead. But you know what? We still seen this actually happen in real time, because let's not forget, India promised us a public vetting process for the police chief once Thomas and Green and Miller had to step down. And you know what happened? Guess what happened, Knoxville? They attacked a well-known black activist known as Z, aka David Hayes, instead. Now, my favorite part is, let's talk about how India loves to throw her own administration under the bus. Because, see, we had a campaign trail, and this came up. And India said on the campaign trail, the reason why we didn't have a publicly vetted process is because Paul Noel would not take the job unless it was under disclosed measures. Now, the irony is that he just applied for the Chattanooga job, which was a very public process. So why suddenly now he become the Knoxville and demand a private process? But here's my favorite part. India, are you not the mayor? Then why did it even matter what he wanted or not wanted? Because it was about what you promised us as the public, and more importantly, you've been truthful and authentically transparent and honest for a change versus the liar you have always been since I've seen you in action back on the school board days. So again, Knoxville, let's not fall for the booby trap. You have been hoodwinked. You have been bamboozled. You have been ran amok multiple times by this administration, and I still cannot understand how you, Paul Noel, got this job. We still ask the same question. But you know what? We still want to know what happened with Brooklyn Bell. Like you said, she felt threatened when she was here. And I don't understand people like LaKenya Middlebrook, Gwen, or even Mrs. What's her name from the Park and Rec could actually support this administration knowing that black women do not feel safe on this job. So what is it? Are we going to continue with the coonery and the cooning? Are we going to continue to back the blue? Are we going to continue to act like we don't see the obvious writing on the wall? Are we going to keep liars, murderers, and thieves on our police force? Are we going to continue to trust this untrustworthy lying administration? Or are you actually going to do something, voters? Because when the year comes for recall vote, I will be back for the ballot, and I'll be back to claim this seat. And maybe by then, instead of the 9,000 fools that voted for her, we'll have 9,000 intelligent people to vote for me. I yield my time.
Council, that concludes people who signed up to speak to this item. Ms. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions about this new process that we are forced to adopt. I'm very familiar with this ordinance because, you know, although we were first, Park has never been what it needed to be. Our Police Accountability and Review Committee has always only had access to public records, so they cannot do a full investigation like Internal Affairs can do. And so I had drafted a lovely piece of legislation, but it no longer can be even considered. So in this new process, who should I be speaking with? Who's an expert on the updates to the ordinance?
Mr. Swanson and Ms. Middlebrook are both available for more detailed questions.
So in the updates, it states that under Section 21106, Powers and Duties of the Committee, you know, the committee shall review all reports of the executive director, after a finding by the executive director that an investigation is not complete, the committee by a majority of vote of its members may request the chief of police to continue the investigation or direct the executive director to return the investigation to internal affairs. Previously, the executive director could engage in a follow-up investigation if they felt the initial investigation was incomplete. Now it just goes back to the same people. If internal affairs or the chief have additional investigative findings, they report that to the committee. Upon completion of the chief and IAU's investigation, the committee shall then report its findings and conclusions to the chief of police and the mayor. What I'm failing to understand here is if the committee and the executive director no longer have investigative powers, what findings are they able to reach without investigating?
Mr.
Cut my own
Swanson.
microphone off. They can review the investigation that has been done by Internal Affairs. They can review everything that came before Park in that open session in Park and make conclusions based on that and report whatever their conclusions are based upon their review of the investigation and their review of people who came before Park to speak.
So they're able to essentially provide commentary about the investigation, but they're not able to investigate the matter.
That is true, and that's what the state required.
All right. I also have written an ordinance to create a process for Park to request a subpoena from City Council, so I am happy to see that that is already language added to this ordinance. I guess I don't have any other questions at this point, but I feel like we need to be transparent that we have been limited, extremely limited by the state in our ability to provide oversight of police activities in this city. That needs to be extremely clear. We were already limited because our own ordinance did not allow a review of anything but public information, but now we are severely limited, and the public needs to understand that.
Councilmember Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Noel, how's your relationship been with working with Park?
I think we've had an excellent relationship. We have a monthly meeting, 1 month. They come to my office. Next month, I go to their office. We have a very transparent relationship. We initiated the first ever memorandum of understanding between Park and KPD in the history of Park. I've invited the Park Executive Director and this Assistant Director in to observe our disciplinary hearings, something that was not mandated upon us, but thought it was important that we, with transparency, they see how we render discipline in the organization. And I think we have a very good relationship, and Jared Kroom and I have, had, very good conversations moving forward, and I think we're going to continue that strong working relationship.
I believe Chief Thomas had actually spoken out when the state first started proposing these ideas, and she was supportive of how Park was here, that Knoxville had the most progressive model that existed in Tennessee. No? Okay. Nashville did. We had a model that needed more teeth, I definitely think, but I guess my statement is, I don't care for this interference. We were working things out between police and park. I am hoping that you will continue to work with park in some of these limitations that we have on us. You'll try to help us overcome so we can do what we need to get done.
I think Park and KPD are going to have a very positive relationship moving forward. I'm not concerned about it.
Thank you.
Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for the Law Director, Mr. Frost. Is it a true statement that Knoxville's park was the only park in the state that did have its own subpoena power at one time?
I think that's right. I don't really know all of the other oversight committees, but to the best of my knowledge, that is correct.
Right, so Knoxville was a standalone, and I think in that regard that someone mentioned we were more progressive, and I think that was in that context that was eventually taken away from Knoxville. I do want to ask, point of clarification, Park does have access to get the internal affairs records if they request them. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay. Are
That is
they
correct.
allowed to ask questions, call in individuals who may be involved in those investigations and question them, ask questions with representation from KPD present?
They cannot initiate a separate investigation where they would do that. If those folks who participated in the investigation are voluntarily at the park meeting, surely they can conduct questions of the folks who were there at the park meeting. But the state has preempted their ability to do any individual investigation initiated by park.
Okay. And so either Ms. Middlebrook or maybe Chief Noel, in the event that Park does have concerns or questions as it relates to the report, could they direct those back to yourself or Internal Affairs for points of clarification?
That's currently how it works and how it's operated for years. So when Park reviews investigations that were conducted by Internal Affairs, the committee, the executive director and other department staff review those files with the committee. Each member of the committee also independently reviews each of those investigations and submits any questions or concerns that they may have back to, usually through the staff, back to KPD, and KPD responds with any points of clarification, with any particular answers that may be needed. And a lot of times, sometimes some of those things are discussed in more detail and more fully at the public meetings. But each park member has the opportunity to independently review the internal affairs files and ask any particular questions that they may have.
Okay. In the event that Park, and this may have happened since its inception, came to the conclusion that they were not satisfied with the results of the investigation and had recommendations, where do those go back to for review, for consideration to be implemented? Or what does that process look like?
Those go back to, so they go to KPD, to the Chief of Police and Internal Affairs. Ultimately, disciplinary decisions and things like that are the purview of the Chief of Police. But Park has been able in the past to make recommendations with regards to whether or not they had differences or thought that things may have been handled, should have been handled differently, but those go to the Chief of Police.
Okay. And so in the event, and I understand that that is at the discretion of the chief as to whether or not that he would agree with the recommendations of Park, and I'm sure there's some other steps that have to be taken. What is the recourse of Park, or does it end there? Do they have the option to appeal to council, or does it just pretty much end there? I'm just really trying to understand what their power is, or their authority to implement change if it is something that is objectable and not in agreement. And then that's my last question.
I mean, short answer is it pretty much is there.
One of the reasons we invited the executive director to observe our disciplinary hearings, if they have a question about, if a board member has questions about why a certain discipline was rendered, the park executive director would be in that disciplinary hearing, and they would get to see the process. They may not agree with the process, but it's one thing to read something on paper, but it's another thing to actually have the executive director sit in that disciplinary hearing and observe that process. And since I've been chief of police, Executive Director Davidson and Executive Director Kroom have sat in, I believe, every disciplinary hearing that I have held since I've been chief.
Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I wanted to clarify, and this is something revealed to me in conversations with previous executive director of Park, is that our current and previous ordinance put in standards for the committee's treatment of any internal affairs files. But there's nothing in here that compels internal affairs to turn over files to Park. Am I incorrect on that?
What's in there is what the state allowed us to put in there.
Okay, so just for clarification to the public, one issue that was brought to me from a previous director was that they may ask for files and get denied. And we didn't have a process in place when they did have subpoena power for them. They didn't understand how to carry out that authority, as far as I understood. And so it's different when an ordinance compels an organization or an entity to provide information versus providing standards for how that material needs to be treated if they did gain access to it. We need, of course, state law doesn't allow it. And I would say without state law, we need to ensure that there is cooperation and that we, especially now that we are the ones with the subpoena power, are the only ones with the subpoena power in this situation, that we are sensitive to any request for Park to access information that they are not being privy to, because this ordinance doesn't compel it. It's now upon us to be those decision makers.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Okay. Okay, any opposed? And 2 abstentions? Okay, the motion carries 702. Okay, next item is 12B. Ms. Hopper?
12B is an emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Knoxville appropriating the sum of $21,415 from the Community Improvement 202 Fund and donating same to community agencies and organizations as set forth in the attachment.
Move to approve, and if there's a second, I'll have a motion to amend.
Second.
Motion made to approve and seconded, and Councilmember Thomas, you have a motion to amend?
Yes, I make the motion to amend. This is consistent with a revised ordinance that the city staff has prepared. I think you all have it before you, and this was what I would ask you to approve. It's simply that there's some additions made that I wasn't able to get in at the time of the final agenda.
Second.
Motion made to amend has been made and seconded. Council members, there is someone who signed up to speak to item 12B, Hannah Freeman. You'll wait, okay. Back to the amendment. Does everyone understand the amendment before you? Anyone have any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. Now back to the original motion as amended. Are there any questions or comments about the motion, the amended motion before you? Councilmember Thomas?
I move to make the motion to pass the amended
I think you,
ordinance. Okay.
yeah, I think you got that. We got that done. Oh, did you want to say in your amendment the amount? Or
The amount.
Substitute.
Okay.
McKenzie.
Councilmember McKenzie? The amount, is it not in there? You mean you need to have it read it into the record?
She's going to add an amount. Yeah, I have some additional dollars I'd like to add as well.
Okay.
The total would be that.
Okay, Councilmember McKenzie, do you have a motion to amend?
Yes, a motion to amend the amount of $3,500
Okay.
from my 202
Do we
funds.
know where it's going? Okay, it's in there? Okay, so your motion is to add an additional $3,500?
Yes.
And that's, is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay, the motion to amend by Councilmember McKenzie has been made and seconded. Any questions on that amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. Any other motions to amend? Okay, now we have twice amended original motion before you. Any questions on the twice amended motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have several people signed up for public forum. Where's public forum?
Mayor, do we have more than 6 people signed up to speak in public forum?
Yes, there are 11 people signed up to speak.
Okay, I would suggest that we have everyone speak, but we keep to our 30-minute time limit. So I think that would be about 2.5 minutes for each person, just to make sure we hear from everybody. So I'll make that motion.
We made time out of our day to be here. You should make time out of yours to listen.
Motion has been made to adjust your rules to, instead of 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes per person.
I just want to
Have you
comment
done this
on
before?
I understand. I'm really tired as well, but I also have a lot of respect for these folks who have sat here through everything. So I don't know how to balance that.
Exactly. Well, no, and I understand that. That's why I was trying to make sure we heard from everyone, because the rules would be that we'd only hear from 6. So I want to make sure that everyone gets to speak, and so that's why I came up with that number, so we keep to our rules, but we make sure everyone gets a chance to be heard. So that's what I'd like to do.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of changing the public forum time per Vice Mayor Roberto's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We'll proceed with public forum with 2.5 minutes. Okay, Ms. Hopper, if you could run the clock. The first person who's signed up to speak is Adam Hughes.
Thank you so much. My name's Adam Hughes. I live at 2619 Merchant Drive in the Norwood neighborhood. I want to start by saying how proud I am to stand with so many fellow tenants who have organized. So many of the leaders of the new Knoxville Area Tenants Union responded to a truly fearful moment for them by building community, thinking strategically, and really representing the best of what Knoxville has to offer. Landlords who put profit over people try to break such communities that give us so much, and it's all of our shared challenge to nurture those communities. But I wanted to come to talk about and introduce this document, which is the Eviction Defense Guide that members of SOCM, Statewide Organizing for Community Empowerment, put together. We're proud that this resource is now offered on the city's website. It's a resource that we want to make available for the community, that we're sharing publicly on our website. It's available in Spanish as well, and in a one-page version that's easier to pass out. This is a 17-page document that's been vetted by Legal Aid, the UT College of Law, the Mediation Clinic, and by UT students and the city and the county, and we can stand by it. I actually have one for all of you up on stage, so if I can approach after this, I'll pass them around. But but I want to talk a little bit about what went into this quickly. SACA members attended eviction court from the early pandemic when it was clear how bad things were going to get. It's no exaggeration to say that they risked their own health to make sure that they were there bearing witness to what was going on. We began coordinating canvasses to everyone on the eviction docket, particularly while the eviction moratorium was going on. And out of what we learned there, we were able to put this together with the support of some amazing students and lawyers and offer this targeted to what we have seen going on. I want to close by encouraging everyone to attend eviction court. I've attended a lot of eviction court. I attended it this morning. It is every Tuesday morning, and what you'll see there is really shocking sometimes. 112 families were on the docket today. You will see a full courtroom spilling out into the hallway, spilling out into the next hallway. In fact, a lawyer today told me that people often have a summary judgment against them because they don't even hear their name called in the courtroom. Well, I know that that's county court. These are city residents. Knoxville is a city that's it's 53% renters, and the money of evictions, people going into that cycle of homelessness, falls upon all of us, so that's part of our shared responsibility. And I can give someone these if you want to pass them around or take one after the meeting. Thank you.
If you bring them up here, we'll distribute them. Mr. Hughes, if you bring them up here, we'll distribute them. Or Ms. Middlebrook will do it. Thank you. The next person is James Weimer. Mr. Weimer? Is he present? Next person is Christine Jones.
I don't do public speaking. My name is Christine Jones. I live in what was Tanglewood Apartments. I have got a different situation with what's going on there. I was informed in June, before the property was sold, that I have a brain tumor. They tried to protect me, the old owners, and they tried to go ahead and give me a lease, re-sign my lease. That way I've got to do brain surgery and I've got eye surgery. I see double. That Rand has decided that they were trying to renew my lease too early. So I officially have until October 31st to get out. I have no way of telling you what's going to happen with my brain surgery because I have no place to live. I don't speak socially, but I just wanted to let you know. And I've been through a lot in the last 3 years. My son, in the apartment that I'm in, my son committed suicide in 2020. I walk in his room, I smell my son. What happens to me when I can't have brain surgery? Because I can't have a nurse come to my house and stay for 3 weeks. And this is my second brain surgery. Brain surgery is 50-50. You got 50-50 odds. That's where I'm at. I've got boxes all in my house packed up. I have no place to go. There's nothing more for me to say. That is what Rand has done for me. I've been there for 10 years. 10 years in the same apartment. I painted that apartment myself in May before I knew all this was going to happen. I put up a brand new pantry, a walk-in pantry in that place. They want me out. But what's going to happen to my life? Thank you.
Ms. Jones, thank you for your comments. Hannah Freeman is next.
How y'all doing? Wow, it is 9:48 p.m. I'm tired, really am. I do understand the motion. It's my birthday. I'm here today. So even though I understand your motion, I have things to talk about I'd really like to express. So I am making a request if someone would motion to extend my speaking time to 10 minutes, please.
Second.
Second by the people.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if my colleagues would entertain it, that we extend Hannah's time to 10 minutes and move her to the end of the speakers.
I'll second that because I think there are many other people who've already gone home as well.
Thank you.
Council members, does everyone understand the motion?
Attention voters.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I think the motion fails. Ms. Freeman, we'll start your clock back at 2.5 minutes.
Sure.
If you,
Just so everybody got that. We'll definitely, yeah. Yeah, so. No, I'm good, yeah. So real quickly, don't really have the time to explain this. $18 an hour at a 40-hour work week is what we're gonna look at. I'm gonna do this really as fast as I can. Y'all can check my math on this. I had a really thorough explanation and some budget analysis that I'll email to all of you. This equals $2,880 gross a month, all right? $1,000 studio apartment or one-bedroom apartment, depending on where you're looking at, is what we're going to be saying the rent is for this individual. Single individual, no kids, no pets, not married, nothing extra. So take that minus 1,000 in rent. We're gonna do minus 60, which is pretty fair for KUB. Minus 50, which is very moderate for a phone bill. Minus 600 for taxes. Can you all agree on that? That that's what that looks like so far, leaving $1,170 over after you take those expenses out. Does that look pretty agreeable? Yeah, seeing some nods, yeah. Mayor?
I don't do math in public.
Sure, fair, okay. Yeah, I don't either. That's why I had to do it before coming here, so I wouldn't be on the spot, trust me. So for the other things, I did really break down a budget analysis between 5 different grocery stores with just the essentials, you know, bread, milk, butter, eggs, that sort of thing. And I can send that to all of you if you'd like to see that. But basically for a single person right now, groceries run about $200 a month. So that's food. Transportation is a very tricky issue because we're talking about, you know, usually we're talking about finances, you know, it's for a loan. We're talking about registration, car insurance, gas, maintenance. On the other hand, we have people that rely on rideshare services and the bus transportation. So we'll pick a middle ground, $375 plus internet here. All right, so that's gonna leave, plus $245, which is based on subsidized and unsubsidized loans here in Tennessee at a 5.5% rate for 20 years as a monthly payment. So we do all that. That leaves $300 for this person left over a month. Now that is without any emergencies. That's no cleaning supplies or hygiene items. Again, no kids, no pets, no shoes, no clothing, no laundry, no flat tires, no medical bills, no broken eyeglasses, no credit card debt, no subscription streaming services, no rental or life insurances, no holiday expenses. This person's not living, right, a full life. This is what they have left over. I'm about done, I swear, right? Double this person's rent.
That's right.
That's what happened.
You're okay with that.
Houses are for need.
Not free.
She don't do math for public.
Next person is Ellen Lucchese.
Hi, I'm Ellen Lucchese, and I am also a resident of Tanglewood. Now, I'm just going to preface, I'm not from here. I'm from the Bay Area, California Bay Area. Okay, I've been here for a few years now, got a job, moved out here. And I just want to share something with you that it reminded me of a few things out here, and I think it might be familiar to some of you as well. With the emergence of New Oakland, the African American population has decreased significantly from 2000 to 2010. During this period, there has been a push to kick out homeless people from government-funded housing, which has further caused many landlords to halt renting to Section 8 tenants. According to a report done in 2015, 41% of homeless people who were surveyed in Oakland became homeless after age 50, which is likely due to rising housing prices and loss of safety nets. The ongoing gentrification in the SF Bay Area is deepening structural divisions. The rapid economic growth of the tech industry in San Francisco and nearby Silicon Valley has created hundreds of thousands of new jobs. The resultant high demand for housing, combined with the lack of supply caused by severe restrictions on the building of new housing units, has caused dramatic increases in rents and extremely high housing prices, adding to the already developing housing crisis. For example, from 2012 to 2017, the San Francisco metropolitan area added 400,000 new jobs, but only 60,000 new housing units. I don't want to see you guys go down the same path that the Bay Area has gone down. I want you to learn from the mistakes and the successes of the home that I had to leave behind. Knoxville is set to be one of the next hippest cities in the area. But right now, I'm just seeing a decline. If you want to invest in Knoxville's future, you have to do the hard thing that isn't going to add immediate wealth. Start from the ground up. You do not have the funding or the foundation that San Francisco has. So you need to start building up quickly before you have tent cities too. And I know that safety is one of your number one priorities here. It's going to get bad, and it's going to get bad quick if we don't do something now. So please work with us. Please help us come up with more ways and more uncomfortable and hard things that we need to choose to do now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person signed up to speak is Alex Twilla.
All right. Hi, my name's Alex. While I don't live in a rent property, I've had similar experiences since I've started renting here. Since 2021, my rent has increased by about 40%. Now, luckily, I've been able to manage that increase relatively well. But unfortunately, my luck is far from universal, and it is absolutely egregious that that 40% increase is nowhere near the highest that we've seen in this county. As has been said before, my friends at Rand here have seen increases of 100%. Now, it seems like a typical tactic of this body is to, let the private sector do its thing. But what do you do when the private sector decides that you no longer deserve a roof over your head? What do you do when the private sector decides to price these people out of their homes? Like it requires an immense amount of privilege and a degree of separation from the fear and anxiety that this causes to be able to just leave these problems to solve themselves. Like these rental increases are ruinous to most people. 80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and 30% of Americans cannot afford a $400 emergency expense. So what Rand is doing is pretty directly making people homeless. And in any just or even sane society, making people homeless should be seen as disgusting, like as evil. And if you aren't upset about what's happening, you aren't seeing this for what it is.
Pay attention, Laura Ryder.
Like, I know your options are limited because our state government has very intentionally hamstrung any efforts to ensure that equitable housing is hard to come by. But that's no excuse to do nothing. So like I would just like some specific solutions that aren't just the milquetoast Band-Aid solutions that I've seen thus far. We've had people on this body, seriously weigh the condition of the neighborhood or the character of the neighborhood versus housing people. If you are at all serious about this problem, that's not a real debate to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Brandon Mishlik.
Point of order. Can we restart that clock? Thank you.
Let them know it's like for veterans, Brandon. Veterans. Veterans have been kicked out.
Good evening. Can you all hear me clearly? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Brandon Mishlik. I, of course, live at 4501 Tillery Road, Knoxville, Tennessee. And I am a philosophy student at the University of Tennessee. And do you know where I was today at 9 o'clock this morning? It sure wasn't class. It was eviction court. I was brought to eviction court because I used my First Amendment right to speak out what Brand was doing to our apartment complex. They claim I did not pay my July rent, even though I did to the prior management. I have receipts for August rent. I have receipts for September rent, and they're still pursuing eviction, which caused me to file a lawsuit against them for violating the law of operating under good faith in their contracts and for retaliatory eviction. And what have I seen the city done? I don't know. Give Randy Boyd $20 million for a stupid bridge. I've seen, how much, where are we at now? Over $100 million for this baseball stadium? But $34 million over a few years. And you pat yourself on the back like you actually did anything, like you're doing something. It's disgusting. And we have to have people like Christine come up here and give their stories, and still I see smirks, I see people nodding off. Where is your humanity? I assume a lot of you up here are Christians. Supposedly. But a lot of you remind me of that verse where it says, you honor me with your lips, but your heart is far from me. That's what I see. Because Jesus Christ would have been down here fighting for us to be housed, fighting for food, for basic needs to be met, and yet you all care about property value. It's okay though. In the end, many will say they have done miracles and prophesied in his name, but he will say, woe unto you, workers of iniquity. I deny you and I will depart from me. And I don't want any of you to have to hear those words. I really don't. But I assure you that if you continue to let the love of money be to rule your life, then you will unfortunately hear those words. And I want you to take these next just 5 seconds to think about that.
What would Jesus do?
Amen. Be on that podium.
Next person signed up to speak is John Zieda. Mr. Zieda?
They pray every time. They pray before the meeting. If Jesus says it's okay.
I'm here again. We're not going to dwell on bylaws since we've only got 2.5 minutes. But we're going to start with the abortion clinic. Guess who I think burned it? The fire department. I'm dead serious. Over here is the fire department burning bylaw. And this is a fact. They burned it December 29th, 2012 with a bull story, putting it mildly. Incident number 12-048777. Nothing but a lie. Professional witness, the city said India McDowell died, and the professional witness was Christopher Lockmiller, the coroner. It's all a lie. I given the incident number. Anybody that's interested, look it up. and you might discuss it with the fire department or the police department. They don't tell them it the way it is. Over here, that's bylaw. This is a snapshot of a picture off of the news channel. What I see is possibly gas valves. Am I right? Maybe not. But looking back at bylaw, it's possible. The owners are in Memphis, Tennessee. Picture of bylaw with gas valves behind a glass. Mr. Parton stated he didn't want his name over here discussed again. His main concern when I seen him at the fire department was, who let me in? Who let me in? And Miss Avery stated they're wearing bulletproof vests. Well, if they're burning businesses, I could see the police department. They've got issues with people, but not the fire department. Not the fire department, but they burned it. Between the fire department, police department, coroner, funeral, and the church stating that this bull story that India McDowell burned bylaw. We've got a camera in the cooler of bylaw. Now, here's the thing.
Mr. Zeta, that concludes your time. Yep.
Here's the picture of the Planned Parenthood. This is Planned Parenthood
very much.
behind one of the doors. The experiment is right here. The wood is burned while the camera's back there.
Thank you. Next
Here's
person
India
signed up
McDowell,
to speak
and
is
nobody burned
Rick
it but the
Roach.
city. And Mark Doe, what's his name? Reno.
Thank you.
Mark Reno was accused of burning Planned Parenthood. And I'm telling you, he's been dead a year.
Thank you, Mr. Zeta.
This is very, very important. And over here, the man's been, this is a letter from the fire department.
Mr. Zeta, I'm going to ask you to leave the podium now or you'll be escorted out.
All right. You cut my moment for 2.5 minutes, but I'm telling you.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Zeta.
city- this
Mr.
city
Zeta,
burned
your
it.
time is up.
This city burned it. And professional witness.
Okay, Mr. Roach, your turn.
One of these days, it will be reckoned. You cannot do what you do and get away with it.
Thank you, Mr. Zeta. Mr. Roach, thank you very much.
And you blame it on India McDowell. That's a fact. That's right. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Wow. Rick Roach, Knoxville, Tennessee. You've had people now come up and tell you they're giving you a warning. They're giving you a warning. But in the last 6 months, what we've noticed is a lot of game playing. A lot of game playing. It's odd how we do this. We create the problem. And then we come up with this lame excuse of a remedy. We're creating mental health issues. We're creating mental health issues just within the city of Knoxville, just within the jurisdiction that you guys have purview over. And yet we want to talk about establishing a mental health hospital and mental health services. And we can't even deal with one resolution that would help address, wouldn't solve it, help address. You guys could have done this and had it in place. We could have had alternative response team in place. Could have had that. You all were told, City Council, 10 years ago, well, we've got a potential for a housing crisis. Okay? I started saying it just because of my interaction within the community about 7 years ago. Of course, we don't know what we're talking about. We're not living the experience. We don't know what we're doing. But as was stated before, you all found a way to give over $100 million for a baseball stadium. And I love my sports. I love being able to, get into it. But, man, and this is where we are. The silly show.
Next person is Tom Ruggles.
My name is Tom Ruggles. I live at the Hammond, District 2, Mr. Roberto's district. Wish I would have 5 minutes to speak, but I don't. I'm glad Brandon brought up some of the dollars and cents and some of the big money that the city of Knoxville has. Let's look at some of the items that we've been spending regarding housing. We spend $2.7 million for the Housing and Neighborhood Development Fund, $7.4 million towards affordable housing, community block development, $1.7 million. I may have missed a couple items, but that budget's to about $11 million. Kind of sounds like a lot of money. No, that's crumbs. Crumbs. Y'all got a budget of $304 million this year. $304 million. And so what does that make housing? About 3% of the total budget. Meanwhile, Mr. Noel gets about $80 million a year to fund his police department. So we're saying that keeping people in their homes is about 20 times less important than what the police department is doing. Because what really keeps people safe, what makes people feel safe is having a roof over their heads. How are people supposed to feel safe when they don't got anywhere to go? And so all the can't-do attitude of this body, we can't do rent control, we can't do this, we can't do that. Y'all got $304 million. And you're giving 3% of it to housing and asking why we got a housing problem. That's some pretty easy math. And just to put that in perspective, we're spending the $10 million towards housing. We spend $1.8 million on our golf courses. So we're treating housing more like it's a golf course, more so than we're treating public safety, which is what housing really is. It is public safety to have homes for people to live in. And so that's why we really need the Knox Area Tenants Union, so that our voices as renters can be heard and we can encourage this body to spend our hard-earned tax dollars with more intent on actually providing people with what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Nikki Lynn.
Spend our money how we want to spend.
Nikki Lynn, 4501 Tilbury Road, 37912. I've been here for a while now. I have a flight out of DC tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. to go to a conference to talk about homelessness. I had meetings all day today talking about homeless issues in East Tennessee. Meetings all day. And I'm spending my free time after work fighting for myself and my neighbors. But I didn't get a chance, because notes and technical difficulties, to tell you some of the things that we would like for this body to consider. As the Knoxville Area Tenants Union, we'd like you to consider eminent domain to create community land trust. We would like you to continue work to right to counsel for eviction court, as Mr. Hughes had discussed earlier. We would like you to consider ordinance to extend the homemakers program
for development for over or renovations for over a year to complete. If I was to purchase property through that program right now, there's no way I could get all that work done in a year with the blighted properties as they are. So we would love to see that extended. We, again, had discussed fees being negotiated through ordinances. May not be a possibility, but you can offer subsidizing or tax incentives to current property that's voluntary to waive those fees or to make changes to lower rents, not to control them. Voluntary program. Taxes, property taxes, huge deal. Also, the rent assistance that you cited earlier, Mayor Kincannon, the THDA funds, that's funds coming down from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARP, through HUD, and that money is COVID money. So that's leftover money from all the money that has been issued since 2020. What are we going to do about rental assistance once all that money is gone?
Thank you.
Because my neighbors can't afford
Thank you, Ms. Lynn.
double rent.
All right, council members, that concludes public forum. Without objection, this meeting is adjourned.